Let's get it, man. Okay, chat. So today we're going to try to find the best rushing playbook in the game. And once I have that done, video will get recorded. How we doing, you guys? Shout out Frank for the first member of the fam in chat. Appreciate you, big dog. Shout out Brown. Shout out Leighton. Shout out William. How we doing? How we doing? Try the Nebraska playbook? Bet. Also, this should probably go without saying, but I'm going to go ahead and say it. The redacted playbook. If you guys want that info dropped midstream, I probably won't give you any warning. I'm just going to flash it on screen. So if anyone in this chat gives anyone the sauce, I'm banning you on site. I'm not going to say when. I'm not going to say how. I'm not going to say what it is. I'm just going to throw it on the screen at various increments of the stream. And if it comes up in my Discord, if it comes in my chat, you're getting turbo banned. Because I was going to wait until the video to release the sauce. But you guys have been kind of up my ass about that ever since I did my first stream with it. So I am going to, for all the keen viewers, for all the people who want to use their noggins, they will have the info. No sauce coming. Everyone leave now, Vols. You're funny. I promise you, at some point in this stream, I'm going to put it on camera. I'm going to put it on stream. On camera. But yeah, all I need now is a running playbook where your running back will get a Heisman. That's all I really need. Because the Boise is the receiver Heisman / passing playbook. The redacted playbook is the best overall playbook. North Dakota State is the best playbook by rushing attempts, not rushing yards, but just sheer attempts. And all I'm missing is one playbook for good rushing yards. Because, like, Tennessee's playbook was okay on the running back, but to be fair, the Tennessee playbook also had good receiver numbers and QB numbers, so it's not really fair to put that in the running back section. Georgia Tech could be a sneaky one. Obviously, by the way, when I'm including the rushing numbers, I'm not including quarterback rushing attempts, so playbooks like Oklahoma, Ole Miss, stuff like that's not going to count because obviously if your quarterback gets like 1,000 rushing yards and your running back gets 1,000 rushing yards, obviously that's going to fucking skew some numbers here and there. So this is strictly your running back stats. I am looking for a playbook that shits out the most running back stats. If the playbook also shits out QB stats and also shits out receiver stats, it's not going to count. I would like to find a running playbook where my running back runs for about 2,000 yards. That'd be like the goal, but there's a reason why I don't have it yet. That's because I've not found it, so. Ugh. All right, got my hair in a ponytail, got my glasses nice and clean, so the smudges are, nope, they're still fucked up. Let me re-clean my glasses, because I swear no matter how often I clean my glasses, they always end up smudged. Absolutely irks me to no end. Let me go back and read chat. I've been a bit, been a bit busy. Shout out Franklin, please let this be the playbook video. Oh, this is not the video, man. That's going to be a whole video by itself, but I already have the two defenses, right? The defense, you guys know the defense. It's 4-2-5 man pressure, 4-2-5 zone pressure, 4-3 base, Those have been like the 3 best performing playbooks for defense. So defense was pretty easy to find. And then offense has been kind of very hit or miss. Oh. And since it really doesn't matter how good or bad your team is, you're just going to randomly win and randomly lose games. Whether you're playing a 60 overall Sam Houston team or a 99 overall Ohio State team, you're just going to win and lose. I really won't feel as bad at releasing that playbook because nothing really annoys me more than when I have like the playbook video from last year as like an easy example. And people would be like, oh, I used your playbooks and it didn't work. And I'm like, well, did you do everything right? And then, you know, in the end, they really didn't do everything right. So it was on their end, not my end. But I still felt bad. Whereas this year, you could copy every setting. You can copy literally everything. The shit just might not work. So it's been literally taken out of my hands. There's not much more I can do to fix the playbook problem in this game. Just sometimes you will simulate and a 40 overall team will run for 500 yards and your QB will throw 5 picks. Even with 0 aggressiveness and 99 attributes, the dude just hucks picks like he's prime Carson bum-ass Beck. So, nothing I can do. I can't tell you guys how many seasons I've had where my quarterback will have 0 interceptions going into the final game of the season, and then he just hucks 5 picks or 4 picks. It's like, well, there goes your whole year. Or if it's not something that egregious, he'll throw like 3 picks one game, 3 games another, which adds to the same total of 6. Shout out Brown, shout out Layton, how are you doing? How are you doing? Nebraska playbook, I see you, Carver. William, how's the content creator league going? I will yap about that momentarily. But there was some stuff some drama that transpired recently that I'm a part of, so I will cover that in one moment, William. W. Layton, appreciate it. I need the sauce. Well, Frank, if you're a keen viewer, you'll get the sauce. Otherwise, you won't. Hell, if it's the book I used for my last 2 seasons in Sim, it's cooking. Still trying to get through the playoffs without losing. Yes, that's the fun, Carver. That's the fun. Sam, Pistol Generic is by far the best playbook for rushing yards. Interesting. That doesn't shock me because I have a theory that the pancake glitch thing that's going on in the game, by the way, still in the game, where you just snap the ball and the entire defense gets pancaked for doing nothing. Whether you pass commit, run commit, doesn't matter. Just sometimes you snap the ball, your entire defense gets pancaked. I have a theory that's happening in Sim. And so, Sam, if what you're saying is true, the most prominent plays to get pancake blocks is any pistol stretch or pistol run. So obviously the pistol playbook would have the most pistol runs. Therefore, that would just make the most sense. But I've never used generic pistol or really any playbook that wasn't. So we will see. I've not tried Arkansas Vols. Pretty much every playbook I've tried, you guys have seen, minus the redacted one. This is the only one where I got to see it off camera, but I've used every other one. Close to 2K yards. Well, Sam, I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it. We'll do that tonight. We'll do Arkansas first. Then we'll do, because you have a promise, right? I'll do Sam's first. That way, if Sam's lying, we can just instantly ban him, hit him with a smite hammer. Then for the second playbook, we'll try Nebraska. And after Nebraska, we'll do Arkansas. Again, doesn't matter how good or bad the playbook does in terms of winning. It doesn't matter how good or bad the playbook does with the quarterback or the receivers. It's just strictly what's the best playbook that shits out the most rushing attempts and or rushing yards combined. Because technically North Dakota State would win the rushing attempts because they average about 15 per back and they use about 3 to 4 backs per game. So no playbook will beat North Dakota State in terms of rushing volume. However, no one wants to use a playbook where you have 4 running backs get 800 yards apiece. That's kind of boring, but Vols, glad to see you back in the member club. Appreciate you, big dog. Going to be getting about a day early access. Maybe, you know what? I might even drop it 2 days early for the playbook video. We'll see. But appreciate that, Vols. It's a YouTube thing, Vols. It's a YouTube thing. YouTube changed their monetization system recently. So, like, a lot of content, a lot of, like, the small, the medium-sized content creators just got fucked recently. I'm not gonna, like, get into the nitty-gritty of, like, my paychecks and whatnot, but long story short, YouTube just, like, moved the needle about 35%. So, obviously, the mega corporations, the Vivos, like, you know, the multi-million subscribable channels, they're fine. But, like, I think they said that if you're under, I want to say it's 100K subscribers, it's like 100 or 150K, I forget the exact number, but basically if you're below that threshold, which is like 99.7% of YouTube, you just lost like a third of your shit. And if you're curious what YouTube gave as the excuse for why they did that, it's because basically there's too many YouTube channels that get paid, that are monetized, so they figured the best way of fixing that problem would be to make the restrictions harder to get monetized, therefore less people could get paid. Basically, YouTube's complaining that they're paying too many people too much money, which is, again, funny because the people up top aren't the ones getting fucked. It's the middle and the bottom that are getting fucked, so pretty funny. Not the guys that they're paying, they're literally giving millions of dollars to. It's everyone else. Hey, Jarrett, appreciate the membership. We got a little sub train going. Appreciate that, Jarrett. Yeah, Vols is super lame. Which is crazy because, like, a year ago, Vols, they also changed it. They didn't change the money, but they changed the requirements. Last year, you had to have, like, I think it's 8,500 watch hours, which is just some ridiculous number for an up-and-coming channel. That is crazy. But, as promised, let's go ahead and change said playbook. You guys think I was going to give you the redacted playbook off rip? You guys are funny. Where's the generic pistol? I might be wrong, but I think the generic pistol, or not the generic pistol, I think the pistol playbook, the only one I've ever used before was Vandy's last year, but I have no clue if they still keep it that way or not. Okay, there's my settings. There's my aggro. Check, check, check. Like I said, at some point in this stream, I will not give any warning. I will not say, hey, look at this. I will just flash it on the screen. So, if you're paying attention, you will get the shit. If you're not, RIP, you gotta wait for the video. But, William, you asked me how the Content Creator League is going. I was just in some controversy a couple days ago. I won't say the individual's name out of respect because it's really not that big of a deal and I don't want people to blow it out of proportion. But I will speak my piece on the matter because, well, you're asking for my opinion, so therefore you're gonna get it. So I just played a game recently against a person who, actually, you know what? I don't even have to say what just fucking happened. Where's my video? Don't worry, chat. I don't have to say what happened. I'm just gonna show what happened, and you guys can choose whether or not I do or don't deserve to be castrated for what I did, because I was technically the rule breaker here. I know, Scandalous Beastly exposed himself for breaking the rule in the content creator. I know. I was, in fact, the cheater. I think this is the... Here it is, yeah. So I'm not going to go crazy. I'm just going to show you what happens. And you guys can be the judge of whether or not I am a piece of shit or not. I'm almost there, chat. I had to skip like 40 minutes of the video. Okay, so here you go. Okay, so I will be fair and not show you the name. I have the name blurred out so you guys can't see the name, and I have the team sketched out so you guys can't see the team. But again, this is not a drama, even though it kind of was a drama. I'm gonna speak my piece and then move on. So as you guys can see, again, with all due respect, I was kind of beating my opponent by a couple of points. If you guys end up tracking down who this is, I'm gonna ban you. And if you give them any shit, I'm gonna ban you. Just, there you go. So, I was playing my opponent. They were having a rough time. Again, not gonna throw stones, right? I'm not the best player in the world, but I do know a thing or two about the game. Not the best, but I do know a thing or two. And so, coming out of halftime, and by the way, I have it specifically paused here because I did make this field goal. So if you're curious, the score after the kick was 34-7. I was beating him by several scores. Apparently, in this rule, or there's a rule in this league, where you can't start chewing clock on your opponents until the fourth quarter. I think that's a generally fair rule because if you just start chewing clock from the first and second, third quarter, the game is way too quick. There's like 4 possessions, and it's really stupid. However, as you can clearly see in this example, I am beating my opponent by a couple of points. One could argue it's a pretty large couple of points. So I figured, out of respect, because these aren't just random nameless people I'm playing online head-to-head, I'm actually playing YouTubers and content creators who are recording these games, I felt bad. So I said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to run the ball, chew the clock, and get this game over with. Basically because this was getting out of hand. Mid-game, individual starts typing in the Discord about me chewing clock. And I'm like, okay. And at first I didn't respond to any of this because I was, again, playing the game. But once when I got dinged enough on Discord, I then opened it to then go read everything that was going on between this person and like 3 other people. And he was basically crying that because I was chewing clock, he couldn't come back in the game. Again, with all due respect, you were losing by almost 30 points. I don't believe you were going to come back in little under 10 minutes of in-game clock between the fourth and third quarter of you coming back 30 plus points. The second thing is that the next complaint that this person vocalized was that I was running the ball too much. As you guys know, I am a runner. I like to run the ball. Running the ball is very fun to me. However, my opponent only ever came out in dollar, dime, and nickel. Now, I don't have to explain to you basic math, but if I'm coming out in a triple tight end set, whether it's pistol, whether it's bunch, whether it's, under center, I form, whatever. If I'm coming out with 5 offensive linemen and 3 tight ends, that's 8 blockers. If you're coming onto my field with 2 defensive linemen and 2 linebackers and the rest are safeties and corners, I'm going to run you into a pulp, which is exactly what I did. Now, is it fun to run the ball every play? No, it's not fun. But if you're going to put 7 to 8 DBs on the field, you can't be bitching and moaning about me running the ball when you have 7 to 8 DBs on the field. It's pretty simple. Now, I could have been a dick and spam the same running play. I didn't. I'm not going to, this is just a screenshot. I have the whole thing recorded. That'll eventually get uploaded eventually. I was calling inside zones. I was calling stretches. I was calling dives. I was calling tosses. I was calling halfback draws. Because, spoiler alert, it doesn't matter what run play I click. I could call any run play in my playbook. I'm going to gain yards because you have 3 to 4 heavy guys on the field. The rest of them are under 200-pound skinny guys. The other thing that also didn't really help my opponent, he threw multiple interceptions. So it wasn't just that I was running the ball. He also was having which is fine. I was having a hard time passing too. The only difference was that I wasn't annoying. I wasn't stubborn. Stubborn's a better word. I wasn't stubborn enough to just sit in one defense the entire game. Right? If he came out in heavy, I came out in heavy. If he came out in 5 wide, if he came out 5 wide, I come out in nickel, dollar, dime. I'm about to go punt this Bro, people just can't. Okay, we're back. Actually, I probably should have checked. Did I unmute myself to go back on my rant? I did. Perfect. Okay, we're back. So basically, long story short, my man kept on coming out in very soft run defense. I then literally called any run play I wanted and ran. I think I had over 200 rushing yards at halftime. Like it could have got. I could assure you, I could have probably scored 100 points this game. It could have got very bad, but out of respect to my opponent, I kept the score as low as I reasonably could have kept it. And the dude was basically bitching and moaning about me running cheese plays, which is funny because I think I called mid blitz like twice the entire game. It wasn't cheese plays. You just had the worst defense I've ever seen. Cheese plays, I spammed the run. I broke the rules for chew clocking early again, even though I was killing him 34-7. And dude was very unhappy. I told him, I'm sorry you're unhappy, but that's kind of not on me. It's on you. That's kind of... it wasn't like I was running gun bunch the entire game. I wasn't calling one play beaters the entire game. I was doing very basic shit like, oh, you're in prevent. I'm going to come out in stretch because under center, go Burr. And then sure enough, everybody gets pancaked. The other funny thing too is the very next play, he got a kick return touchdown, which made the score look a little closer at 34-14. But then when I got the ball back, I immediately scored again in like 2 plays. So there you go. There you go. Back to the shoes. As you guys know, I can't read chat when I'm using my one monitor. 7 likes, appreciate y'all. Very close, Berg boy. I mean, you were right. I did technically chew clock, but yeah, I did it a quarter too early, which got him mad, along with a few other things. Layton, if I'm down by that much, I want my opponent to chew clock Lamau. Yeah, again, I was trying to be courteous and like not bash the guy over the head. And oh, another thing I forgot to mention is he said that it's fun for him when he's losing. So like me chewing the game basically made the fun end quicker. And I'm like, dog, I've never met a human being on this earth who likes to get blown out by 30 plus points in this game. So if he's being serious, then congratulations. If he's not, yeah. Yeah, that was the drama I was in. And I was like, you got to be fucking kidding me. This is the drama I'm in. I'm trying to be nice to my opponent. And that's what happens. Got it. I didn't hear that if y'all didn't chat. Yes, sir. So you're playing Bordeaux. Gotcha. It was not Bordeaux. I can confirm it's not Bordeaux. Sam, I would run up the score if I played him again. See, that's the funny thing, too, is so, like, a smart ass. Because, you know, I was a little pissed off, right? I'm not going to act like I wasn't, you know, feeling some type of way after the fact. Afterwards, I was like, did you want me to beat you by 100 points? And, like, he never responded to, like, that question. I'm like, well, if you weren't happy that I kept it civil and I kept it close, then Hell, there was a drive in the second half that literally all I called was fullback dive. Like, I think he threw a pick on a screen, or I forget what happened. Maybe it was a fumble. I forget. But either way, I got the ball back on, like, my 25-yard line. I was basically in the red zone the moment I got the football. And I literally just called fullback dive 3 times in a row, kicked my field goal, and gave him the ball back. Like, I was trying so hard not to be a dick. And I don't remember if said individual left. I think he did say he was leaving the league just because he was too busy with life, kids, and his job, which is fine. That's fair, but you can call me many things, but a slimy, cheesy slime ball is not one of them. I can assure you. I could play the footage back the entire time, and I did nothing insane. I can assure you. Hell, I think that game I threw 9 passes. Like, I'm not even trolling. I think that game I literally threw 9 passes. That's how, like, out of hand it was getting. I threw 9 fucking passes. I could go pull the stats up for the game, but the stats don't really matter. It was never about the stats. It was never about the stats. Nine passes playing JJ McCarthy Simulator. Dude, I was again, I'm not going to pull up the footage. I'm not going to do it. But there were several moments in that game I got the ball in the red zone. And I literally could have thrown ask Carver. Carver, I don't know if Carver is here in chat. Someone go ask Carver. Me and him have played the most times in the last 2 years. Someone go ask Carver how often I score when I get the ball on like the 15 to 20 yard line. That's just... When you give me the entire field, it's not that hard to score. But again, I was trying to be nice, courteous, cordial, if you will. And as a result, I got yelled at for violating some rules and yada, yada, yada. Right, I guess some guys like being dominant. Well, like, here's the thing, right? Like, not like, again, I'm not gonna, if the content creator wants to talk about it, they're welcome to talk about it, but some people are playing this league as like a, like movie kind of building storylines and like, you know, world building and shit like that, which is perfectly fine. Right? To each their own. It's their videos. It's their channel. It's their shit. They can do whatever the hell they want. That's fine. And then there's some people who are just doing it as like a challenge to use a shitty 1-star school. And then there's people like me who are just kind of enjoying the game. Now, do I enjoy this game? Not really. I think objectively 26 to 27, 26 solos, 27 every day. However, I'm trying to enjoy the game. And I'm not going to just sit there and have the crap beat out of me because, you know, no. I'm gonna try and win. And to quote the great Mike Tomlin, I'm not gonna apologize for winning either, right? I'm just not doing that. Every game I load up, I try to win. And I would expect no less from my opponent who's also trying to win. If you boot up the game expecting to lose or trying to lose, that's fine. Again, to each their own, but that's not how I operate. Whether I'm playing fucking solitaire, fucking Uno, Madden 27, College 27, right? Call of Duty. I'm trying to win. That's I don't boot up a game being like, oh well, I tried my best. It's like, no, I want to win. That's the point to me is to win. I want to win. The only difference though, or the only line I draw is how I win. I could be a douchebag and go to YouTube and just find a whole bunch of glitch one play touchdowns versus cover 2, cover 3, and just, you know, do that bullshit, but that's boring. That's not very fun. I'm not going to do that. However, everything else I'm game for because everything else is fair. So I would like to say I'm very ethical with how I play the game, but some people, I guess, beg to differ. Yeah, just in case this ends up getting clipped and sent to the fella, or he ends up watching on his own. Again, I don't have no beef with you. I don't be like, fuck that guy. I'm not. No, it's just I think it's a bit lame that I was trying to be nice and not beat the brakes off of you to then have you still complain anyways and bitch and moan when I was trying to be nice. Kind of whack, but again, it happened like a week ago. So I think his VOD might already be out too. Because some of these guys use like AI thumbnails makers, which I don't know who the fuck. Maybe that would make a great video by itself. But dude, the amount of people who make CFB content that are posting AI slop is kind of crazy. Like I've been seeing Poodle do that shit. Lots of people. Jaden's done it. Domine's done it. I can just keep listing people, but a lot of dudes have been, I don't know where they're getting it from, some AI algorithm thing for like football, but it's like the thumbnails are hyper AI. And so when you use an AI thumbnail maker and you just chop out all the in-between parts of the game, or at least if you have like an editor, I guess, not all of them have editors, but you get the point, right? They're able to whip this shit out at a far faster pace than I. So that's why I have, I think, 6 or 7 of my files, and they have yet to see the light of day. Ooh, I don't have a good SAM, do I? So yeah, I just don't have the time or the energy like they do to whip out the content, which is, again, that's a personal thing, but I don't like AI. Everything I do, whether it's a good thumbnail, whether it's a shit thumbnail, whether it's a great video, whether it's an absolute dog shit video, whether, everything I do is myself. Everything I make is a reflection of myself. So, have I made amazing videos? Yes. Have I made dog shit videos? Also, yes. But every video I've done, I have made myself. And if I didn't make the thumbnail myself, I made sure to give credit to the artist who did make the thumbnail for me. So, you got me fucked up if you think I'm going to be doing anything with AI. That's for damn sure. That is for damn sure. I just think it looks tacky. Again, that's a more of a personal opinion. I think AI looks tacky, personally. If you can somehow make an AI thumbnail that doesn't look super AI, then by all means be my guest. But I have yet to ever see a thumbnail of the oh my god, AI variety. I said AR because I was watching the Anthony Richardson highlights of his Colts Patriots game recently. But yeah, if you can find a way to make the AI thumbnails not look trashy or tacky, then awesome. But I have yet to find a single person who can make an AI thumbnail that doesn't look like an AI thumbnail. Marshall Bullock and Nate Roche. Where? Oh, there he is. Jarrett, tell him to quit bitching and accept the L. I mean, I'm trying to be nice, Jarrett. I'm not trying to fucking start World War III here. Dominant isn't in every Lamau always the AI coach. Well, That is, Leighton, I used to believe that Dominate was, like, his voice was AI, like, over a year ago. But after speaking to him privately, it's not AI. That's how his voice actually sounds. But he does a lot of AI thumbnails, so he still would qualify for the funnies. For the generic, Sam, if you're still here, Sam, does the pistol generic playbook, does it matter who's in the slot or no? Obviously, this is strictly for testing for running purposes, so like the receiving numbers don't matter, but I would like to not butcher the playbook before I even use it. I'm gonna just take a guess. It probably doesn't, my slot receiver. Oh, I wasn't checking. They changed the overalls on the screen. I was like, where's my reg? Sam, if I recall, the wide receiver one gets most catches and yards. Oh, okay. So it might be like similar-ish to the Boise book, but just rather it being slot receiver first, then everybody second, it might be running first and okay. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I'll throw my best receiver in a slot just to see. Ooh, you guys are going crazy with memberships. Hey, I appreciate that, Syracuse. Thank you for the membership. I believe you were a membership till YouTube resets you, but thank you for coming back to being a member. Hey, there's a YouTube thing that happened literally like a day ago, so all your stuff may be messed up, which is EA. Wow. I'm so used to blaming EA for my problems. That is a YouTube thing, so do apologize for that. Almost done with the depth chart, chat. We need, I'll have him on the field. He's like slightly better than the Sam. We're in the 4-3, so my slot receiver is my number 3 receiver. We need Mateo Benavides? Mateo over here. Mateo and Shane. The 2 names I can pronounce. Mateo. Okay, got them done. Check, check. Nose tackles, done. Done. Okay. We're good to go. Leighton, the vids aren't bad, to be honest, but I know, well, his videos, I'm a refrain from speaking anymore before I end up getting in trouble, but keep it on the thumbnails. Yeah, not a big fan of the AI thumbnails either. Syracuse got to support the GO. Hey, appreciate that, Syracuse. Thank you for the $20 bomb. Appreciate that, big dog. Thanks for your content. Finally won a national championship with Syracuse. Hell yeah. Go Orange indeed. Hell yeah, Syracuse. I'm going to go ahead and screenshot this for the Wall of Fame. It's funny you mentioned that, Syracuse. If you want to see how my day's been going, go back and rewatch the 35-ish minute rant I just had. But aside from that, it's been pretty good. So the goal for this season is to have an absolute shitload of rushing yards. We're not really going to care how we do this. We just need a shitload of rushing yards. Now, I have like a pretty full roster, so we don't really need to go super over recruiting. I have kind of too many receivers and running backs already, but that's fine. Ooh, another thing, chat, on a more positive note for the online content creator league, ya boy, which I can go ahead and show you now, I snagged the greatest 3-star receiver I've ever seen. I was fighting, I believe, USF for him. I believe it was USF. I might be wrong on the school, but I was fighting somebody with a tier 4. I was in knees deep hell water. I wish there was a section for, like, guys who have already committed to you. But yeah, this receiver, Taven Volk, I forget who it was. I think it was Zero. But there was some person in my community who was talking shit like 3 or 4 weeks ago that, like, I can't get this guy. And Rice has him. So now I have a 99 speed, 5'9", 180 kid with a dev trait. Hopefully it's elite dev or star dev. I'm really crossing my fingers for that. If he's impact dev, then oh well. But yeah, this kid's going to be insane. He can't really catch or run a route quite yet, but luckily we're in such a low division of football in the Sun Belt that who cares if you can catch? Who cares if you can run a route? Just buddy, go in a straight line. And as you guys can see, it cost me $90, so W me indeed. Massive W's. Again, I forget if I was fighting UTSA, if I was fighting USF, if I was fighting UL Monroe. I forget who I was fighting, but I was fighting that receiver with an actual person, and that person had a tier 4. And I believe the only reason why I won is because they dropped either playing style or champ contender, and that's why I won. Good old champ contender or whatever it was. But either way, I won. Now I just gotta maintain my thing for the rest of the year and not have him revoke my my thing, which would be heartbreaking. And if he is elite dev, which is a big if, but if he is elite dev, I am gonna do unspeakable things to people in that league with a 99 speed receiver. Like, just to give you some context of, like, how juiced we're talking here, most DBs in the Sun Belt have, like, 84, 85 speed. Like, he is going to be so much faster than the next fastest person, like, 9 times out of 10, that route running, who cares? Catching, who cares? Juke move, spin move, who cares? He's not 99 go burr. Also, this might be a bit bad for the health of my running back, but also for this experiment, I'm going to make sure to have my number 1 back be my everything back. Which will be Pope. I'm paying this guy a lot of money, I know, but he's my 3rd down back. He's my power back. He's my RB1. Okay. This way we can see if having my third down back, my power back, and my number one back all be the same person, if that do increase or decrease the numbers. Beating Arkansas State 51-10 is pretty sexy. And I see 300. Oh my God. Holy shit. So my RB1 had 130 yards and a touchdown. My RB2, Ezekiel Dillard, had 16 carries, 105 yards, and 3 touchdowns. Holy shit. But I have to beg the question, why did my backup running back get the ball that much? He's not my fullback. Okay, we're just not going to load the fullbacks? Okay. Oh, I was in the wrong place. Whoops. Wait, he's RB2. He's not the fullback. My third down back is still him. And my power back is still... I don't know why he got more reps, but... So far through one game, Sam, I'm a believer. We got many more games to go, though. I'm a believer. This QB is going to be a bitch to go fight for. But I am a little concerned, though, that it's going to be a kind of, or a little bit of a two-back heavy set. I'm going to keep going, but I have a feeling my backup running back is going to get just a little too many touches. Because if they both run for like 1,000+ yards, it's a kind of a North Dakota State Part 2 problem. Where it's like, yeah, you're getting the yards, but like, they're kind of getting split behind everybody. Which isn't fun. But that's also through one game, so. More must be done. While I'm also up here, I'm going to go ahead and increase the money a smidge for these 3-star or 5 stars. Wow, 3 stars. These 5 stars. Just because I am fighting Ohio State for a few of them, so money might become a very important thing very soon. Bro, D tackles? Dude, I'm trying not to excessively recruit D tackles, but D tackles are just... Why are D tackles this good? Like, I'm not complaining in like a bad way, but there's really no point in ever recruiting edge rushers in this game when you could just recruit D tackles. Like, why are there D tackles who are faster than edge rushers? That also weigh 50 to 60 pounds more. Even like the slow D tackles are like the average speed for DNs. 2-0. Okay. Good. We scored less on Jacksonville, though. Oh, dear God. Oh, Sam, you might have been cooking with some grease with this one, fam. Holy shit. Okay, so this game, I don't know why, but this game, they didn't split the backs half and half. Morgan Pope got a vast majority of the carries. 27 carries, 150 yards, and 3 touchdowns. The backup had 6 for... I mean, this is still, like, just disgusting numbers, though. My leading receiver had 4 receptions. This is kind of funny. Sam, you might have pulled up with the clutch, man. Don't mean I'm not going to try Arkansas and I'm not going to try Nebraska, but right now, through 2 games, Pistol playbook kind of sick. Speaking of also kind of sick, Ohio State, I actually hate you. Like, every fiber you're being is pissing me off. I guess I can go ahead and get them visit, though. Yeah, QB, right tackle. Do I have anyone else that I would need to pair? I don't think I have my pipelines upgraded yet. Yeah, we're almost halfway through this dynasty and my coach is not finished yet. The joy of not winning natties, man. You just lose so much XP by not winning natties. Just so much. Appreciate y'all. We got 23 people in the stream. Hell yeah. Can this be anything else? It unfortunately can be, so. Dude, Ohio State is just up my fucking ass, bro. My home games are also a bit trash. At the moment, so I think he just gets... I think he just leaves. This 4-star receiver, we're winning by such an immaculate margin that we're just going to go ahead and do that. Playing style, that's great. Pull the hours off of you as well. Okay, we are back for you. We can go ahead and spam the extra hours. I think I have no pairs for corners. Yeah, no pairs. I mean, I don't really need the receivers to pair. But, like, they kind of need for the quarterback to pair. I could do, like, running back. Yeah. Not the greatest pair I've ever made, but it's a pair, so. You have given him max money with the max cells. We should probably up your money. Dude, Ohio State is just murdering me right now. The pipeline diff. Which, to be fair, is my fault. Right? I don't have pipelines. So, when I'm dealing with schools that have pipelines, I probably should be giving them more money than no money, but go fight Minnesota. Carver, sorry I got busy at work. You're fine, man. Behind the stream, but yes, basically can play this game. If you can't stop his run, you're screwed. Lol. But what you're dealing with in that situation is nonsense, man. Yeah, I agree. It's pretty nonsensical. And you always play to whatever you're giving you. That's why it's always so fun and challenge to play you. Hell yeah. Also, Minnesota, 30 didn't do a lot, but we did win. Dude, this is okay, Sam. This is nuts. I don't know how the CPU keeps doing this, but the CPU keeps splitting their stats so like beautifully even. Also, I don't know why this keeps happening as well, but this 80 overall wide receiver keeps getting catches. I don't know how. This 80 overall receiver is somehow sneaking his way into my lineup and getting numbers. How are we achieving this? Yeah, look at this. Literally, like, I have no 80 overall receiver on my team, but he just is sneaking in here. And he's not on my slots. Dude, where the fuck does this 80 overall receiver keep coming from? I am so confused. Oh, he's a tight end. I'm retarded. I'm sure you guys at home were like, bro, it's your tight end. That's okay. My leading receiver being my tight end is very funny, but we'll see if it keeps happening again and again and again. Well, I kept it close to a visit, but I don't know if the visit's going to quite matter. Okay, it's... I'm not throwing the bread around, man. Which, mind you, is my fault. I should be paying for more. Like, here I'm fine. I'm gaining on Michigan and Notre Dame, and I have no pipeline and don't need money. Got another battle right here. Maybe if I beat... that one's a wee bit sketchy. I was about to say, it can't be many things. It has to be Gym Rat, yeah. That's the wide receiver you were talking about in the old stream. The guy with 99 speed. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He was the... someone. I forget who it was, but someone was talking shit that I couldn't get him. Well, he mine now. So. Now I just got to develop the poor guy, which may be an issue. Because I don't know what his dev trait is. I don't know what his skill caps are. So I either might be cooked. Like, if he ends up being a normal dev dude that literally can't catch the ball with upgrades, then he might be getting sent back to the good old kick return station, but I'm going to really pray that EA didn't give me a 99 speed receiver that has the worst dev traits / the worst skill caps known to man. But I could totally see there being a world where that dude's impact dev, and that dude sucks, and I overpaid for a mediocre receiver. Two things can be true at the same time. Please don't be good. Please don't be good. Thank God. $11 likes. Appreciate y'all. If you, you can tell I haven't recorded a video or streamed in a couple days. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for the likes. You guys can be sure to smash like on said stream. Does help promote me in the YouTube algorithm and makes me feel better as a content creator. Got some, ooh, got a hard commit. I think I lost that 5-star to Ohio State. See, this is going to be the real fun time. Is there the actual good teams like Oregon? We're going to see how the running playbook does versus the good teams. Got sharked on a quarterback by Ohio State. Where have we heard that one before? I'm going to go ahead and up his money. Seems like we're on pace to lose several 5-stars due to my lack of spending. Ooh, actually, we're going to go ahead and just max dump your money because the visit won't matter. So if we can try our best to end it before you actually can get there, that'd be huge. And also slightly raise your money as well. I'm going after 1,000 running backs because A, I plan on testing multiple running books this stream. And B, they were pretty good. So I have a problem. I know. I overly recruit guys even when I don't need that many guys. It's an addiction. I play Pokemon for the exact same reason. Gotta collect them all. Just this fun little habit of hoarding talent. It's very cool. That's not what I clicked. It's lagging. Ooh, Miami's gonna hop in here? You fool. You've played my trap card. Just realized that I might get locked out of all the wide receivers because this playbook's not throwing the ball enough. That's not good. That's a big problem. I'm gonna guess that one, but we're really in no harm. We fuck up the hard sell. We're so far in the lead that we can just rebound the next week. Yeah, Carver, I can't wait to see what the end numbers look like. Because we're on pace to have 2,000 rushing yards from my starting back and about 1,000 yards from my backup back, which is mental. That's a lot of yards. So that is a pace that we are currently doing, but we got to maintain that pace. Paces aren't always the easiest thing in the world to maintain. I kind of have the impulse to jump them. It's just the D-tackle, right? Ooh. Ooh, I can do D-tackle edge. Let's do that. Let's go D-tackle edge and rip the hours off the backs that we're winning by a lot. And just to really sweeten the pot, I'll give him like 30 extra bucks. Just a will, but here's our first real opponent in Oregon. Do we beat the Mighty Ducks? Only running the ball. I would like to assume we will, but you don't know. Got some commits. Love that. And we lost Oregon. Well, that certainly just... Oh, we lost by a point. Dude, like, oh my God. This is like unironically a problem that's been happening so goddamn much. And like I try not to focus on it too much, but it's such a problem. Like, God, this pisses me off how often the computer just cannot score the first, second, and third quarter, and then magically in the fourth quarter, we're winning 17-7, and they just rattle off 14 points unanswered, and we lose. Also, my QB threw the ball. Oh, wow, my QB played terrible. Wow. 100 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Holy shit. My RB1, though, had damn near 200 yards rushing. Again, I know this is not... The point of the playbook is not what playbook gives me the best winning and rushing. It's just the best rushing playbook, but... God, that's crazy. Did my kicker get a missed kick? He did. He did. He did. If my kicker doesn't get his shit blocked, we win the game. That's another problem that has happened way too goddamn much. Ugh. Is there no slider for blocking field goals and extra points? Because I was going to say, this shit happens like 5 to 10 times a year where you just lose games because you get a blocked field goal or a block extra point. So I was going to go in and turn this down / turn it off, but I don't think I can I? Yeah, I don't think I can change the slider for block kicks. God, that's so fucking annoying. Well, running back still had a hell of a day, but losing because of another block kick is, yeah, I think he was a visit there. I think we had several visits. And all of those visits will now result in guys, telling me to go F myself because, well, we lost. So I can't really blame them, but it still hurts. It still hurts. Well, Carver, I think the whole forced loss thing kind of comes into play with special teams. Your kicker, Shanks. Say Shanks, but Your kicker gets his kicked blocked a lot. It happens way too often in Sim. Way too often. Hippie, what season rebuild are you on now? What year are we in? That's a great question. I think we're like... Let me get done doing this recruiting stuff, and I will go and check for you real quick, big dog. But we're like 10-ish years. Give or take, something like that. I don't know. Maybe a little more, maybe a little less. I'll find out the exact number, though, in one moment. Okay, everyone we're currently going after has max hours. Good, good, good. Schnoz, I am a 5-star program. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now we're just doing our last little playbook testing. And tonight/tomorrow, I will record the playbook VOD. We are currently trying to find the best running playbook for your running backs. And it looks like it's going to be the generic pistol. The generic pistol, my tongue just sometimes refuses to work, is putting up like 200 rushing yards a game, which is just insane. Playbook's not the best for winning, obviously, but as we lose our second game against decent opponents. And then we lose in goddamn overtime with Ohio State. Dude, this is the shit. Dude, I am like... I am trying not to just bitch and moan every stream. I understand bitching and moaning gets annoying after a while, but dude, how many goddamn games do I have to fucking lose where they can't score in the first, second, or third quarter, and then magically in the fourth quarter, they just score a shitload of points? Oh my god. Lost to Oregon because they scored 13 or 14 points in one quarter. They couldn't do that the whole game. Just lost to Ohio State, held them practically scoreless the entire game, and then in the fourth quarter, they just scored 10 points back-to-back. Also, QB threw 2 picks. Awesome. Why'd he throw 2 picks? Couldn't tell you, but my 94 awareness, 93 plus accuracy QB threw a lot of picks. Good running numbers, though. 24 carries, 125 yards, 0 touchdowns, but 0 fumbles. That's so irritating, man. Our season's not technically over with, but I don't think we're making the playoffs. Did we miss another kick? Oh, we actually didn't get our field goal blocked. Crazy. But to be fair, EA didn't really have to block my field goal because my QB threw 2 picks, so. Why is my 99 everything QB throwing picks? Couldn't tell you, but I was, so. Let's go see for Hippie. What year are we in? We're in 2037. I believe it starts in 2026. So we are about 11 years in, give or take. No, Schnoz, I haven't officially released the playbook, but I will be dropping it in the stream. And if you say the playbook or post the playbook in my Discord, I'm going to ban you. So I will flash it on screen. If you're here, you're paying attention, you'll have the info. And you can have it about a day or 2 early. But if I see you say it in chat, if I see you type it in my Discord, or if someone sends me a screenshot of you telling someone the shit, I'm going to ban you. For the keen-eyed viewers, you can have it a little bit early, but... But again, all I'm missing is one playbook, so when I get this one playbook done... of course, it's literally the last 2 boxes. Get the video done, the recording can come out. I have to throw money on this. Maybe I don't have to throw money, actually. Wait. If I guess the sells, I don't think I have to. Speaking of playbook, nice game, EA. Thank you, Leighton. Also, CPU Notre Dame always puts up pretty good rushing numbers. Have you tried their playbook? No. Currently, we're doing generic pistol. Then we're doing Nebraska. Then we're doing Arkansas. And if I still need a fourth playbook, I'll try Notre Dame out. But we'll see. Also, the lightning is kind of going crazy right now at my house. The weather wasn't supposed to get bad until about 10 o'clock. And it looks like the weatherman was off by about 2 hours. The weather is now getting bad, not at 10, so. As you guys know, if the stream just abruptly comes to an end, my Wi-Fi went out, so. Shout out my internet service provider and or the weather. Which, by the way, speaking of my ISP, allegedly, from what I was on the phone with recently, is the other fella that owned my internet company, he quit. They quit. He sold the company. That's probably a better, should probably use my words better here. But he sold the company to a new guy. So there's a new guy who's in charge of the company who just bought it, and he's renovating all of the shit. And I'm like, that's awesome. Why do I care? And they're like, well, Beastly, we're going to be able to reduce the price of your internet by about 300%, and you're going to get about twice the numbers you're getting. And I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm going to get like 300 down, like 500 up for half the price I'm currently paying. So every night for the last several nights, they've been doing construction shit. And last night was the first night they actually didn't like do any construction and go down. And of course, tonight I was going to stream for about 3 to 4 hours and then have the bad weather come in, but nope, the weather's coming in now, so good for me. Thank you, Schnoz. Bro, we had insane storms the past few days here, but luckily it's been pretty chill. That's good. Yeah, I've had nothing but like 100+ degree heat strokes, or say heat strokes, but heat waves. It's been really bad. Real bad. I believe we beat them because we had like 5 commits. We did win. Nice. And then we just blow out Iowa 41-10. This is just comical. My QB had a good day. Jesus Christ. So that might be the worst rushing performance I have ever seen this playbook have. Morgan Pope has 31 carries for 98 yards and 1 touchdown. Well, that just killed his numbers. Yeah, if we win out, we maybe make the playoffs, but I don't know if we will. But yeah, it's been pretty bad heat, and now we're getting the bad rain. But that's the nature. Leighton, I live in South Georgia, so You live anywhere near South Georgia, then yes. Yeah, there's like the heat's been so bad near where I'm at that literally like if you open the like weather tab, it's like don't go outside. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. It was insane at work about 30 minutes ago. It sounded like lightning was hitting my parking lot. Man. Carver, you got memories. Just unlocked me a memory. You're East Bama? Okay, yeah. So if you're East Bama and I'm South Georgia, then whatever you just got hit with is going to be drizzling my way, going up the stream. But Carver, you just unlocked a funny memory of mine. On my old job site, there was like tornadic activity, and they didn't shut the plant down. They were like, nah, we're just gonna work through it, it's fine. And I didn't really care because like I lived in the a giant steel box, so the whole building would fly away and I would be fine. And well, we get about 30 minutes into the tsunami, and like we start losing power, backup generators start getting pulled out, and like mayhem just starts unfolding. And then we get about 10 minutes into that, and then like everything just dies. And I'm like, you know, we can't run on nothing without power, right? And no one's gonna give you power because, you know, we're flooding right now with like 8 inches of rain. And so I pretty much got paid for an entire day doing literally nothing because we had no power. And the backup generators were, I forget the word, but essentially the plant needed more power than the generators could provide. I'm like, well, no shit. Those backup generators are probably meant to handle a couple machines, not the entire fucking floor. So, congratulations, you morons. Any good lineman, you suck. Oh, you're pretty good. Ha, of course. The guy that's pretty good, we can't... You know what? Screw it. Let's make Old Miss blink. Let's make Old Miss blink real quick, chat. There's no way we win this, but let's try anyways. So the best 2 cells I could give, actually I could do 3 cells. I could do Hometown Hero. I could do SEC. And I can also do the Shield. If I can make Ole Miss sweat for this dude, I'm going to laugh so hard. Realistically, they have a visit. They have a pipeline. They should just mop the floor with me, but we'll see. If we get that hard sell and a visit, we can cause a little conniption. Possibly. $15 likes. Appreciate y'all. More hard commits. Love that. Not really. The hours at this point mean nothing to me. My team's already full of players and the board's already empty, so these extra hours do nothing. But it's still cool. Michigan State, why are you fighting me? Just let me have him. Actually, if I go max money here, I might be able to buy him out before those other two get their visit. which would be kind of cool. Oh, wow, I'm actually climbing so much on Washington. Go max money. We were 0 for 3 on the pitch. Is that GG's, chat? I mean, to be fair, it should have been GG's from the start, but... Bakers to ballistics. It's apparently that, but we'll see. We will see. You suck. And you're also good. Yeah. This bug needs to get patched. I'm getting so fed up with the red gem glitching over the green gem, confusing the two. That's pretty much our board. That's the board. Can we beat 4-4 Indiana to maintain our playoff pace? More commits. We beat Indiana and didn't go up? Really? Oh, we barely survived. Okay. JK, we held them... You know what, chat? I might screenshot all of these just for a fucking future video of me just bitching and moaning because... How do we hold Indiana scoreless the entire game and then just give up 14 in the fourth quarter? Like, what the fuck are we doing? Dude, their QB threw 3 fucking picks. Uh, 25 carries for 4.7, 1 touchdown. He's actually struggling to get into the end zone. A good bit. That might be because we're winning by so much, the CPU stops trying to score. I mean, we're already at 1,200 yards, 11 touchdowns in, like, what, week 9? Week 10. That's on pace for about 1,500 yards pre-playoffs, which isn't bad. It's like nothing revolutionary, but it's not bad. But also, to be fair, this guy is also getting a lot of yards and touchdowns sharked. So, if I can get him to stop getting all of his shit sharked, maybe a different story, but... It seems like that backup back just somehow squeezes his way into about 50-plus yards a game for about 1 to 3 touchdowns a game. Which is killing the lead back, but... I have wear and tear turned off. I have stamina turned off. I have my settings. I shouldn't be on Keep Fresh. It should be on the default, but he can leave. I'm not going to worry about that. Notre Dame, can you quit your bitch ass? Go over there. You're annoying me, Notre Dame. Piss off. Oh no, the guy that we shouldn't have got, we didn't get. Crazy. Anyways. I'm like way too late on kicker, but we can go and just try to find one. There's literally 2 left. I love this game. And they're both aight. Yeah, all the 4 stars I think have been picked clean. I guess I can go and try to find some athletes that, like, maybe can get moved around, but our team is so good that there's not a lot of wiggle room that can be had here. Sadly. Like, I need some crazy athletes to make this team. Impact guys just don't make the cut no more. Crazy throw power, crazy speed. Probably normal dev, though. Hey. It's an ass. Oh my god. My tongue has been so bricked this entire stream. Actually. Just added a few S's to the word actually. Love that. But actually, considering he's an elusive bruiser, he's incredibly fast. Plus, we can move him around to something else. Okay, I've officially pillaged every 5, 4, and now the 3-star athletes. I am done. I have said my piece with this class. Let's go ahead and advance out. I have scrummed through as much as I possibly could. Can't say I'm not trying. Oh, I'm trying. Actually, where's the cough drop? Oh. Bro, we've been hard capped at rank 7 for the last 4 weeks. The committee is just, like, waiting for me to have my 3rd loss, and then when I hit that 3rd loss, they're like, be gone. Oh, I got the hard sell wrong? Oh, shit. Excuse me? Northwestern. What you got, bud? Can you stop my running back from getting about 35 carries for approximately 115 yards and a touchdown? Let's see. More hard commits. Nice. Well, we won and we're no longer 7th. Thank God. We almost lost to Illinois 14-10. Riveting. Yeah, this playbook is certainly bad for the QB. I'll tell you that much. This playbook is abysmal for your QB. But guess what? This is not the, challenge for the stream or the thing for the QB. It's meant for the running back, so. Running back, go Burr. Ohio State has a fucking pipeline too, man. And I think they're giving him max money. Damn, Ohio State, you're rude, man. Can't have me have nothing around these parts. I'm pretty sure even if I beat the brakes off UNLV, I can't get that guard. Yep, he gone. Well, we're almost top 5 with the win over UNLV. Unfortunately, we're not going to make the conference championship because we have 2 conference losses, so... Never mind, we somehow have the tiebreaker over Wisconsin, Washington, and Oregon when they literally beat us in the head-to-head. But, okay. Maybe we do make the conference. Maybe. The reason why the conference championship game matters so much is it's just 1 extra week, right? It's 1 extra week of stats, more running, more passing, more everything. So lacking that week is a big deal. I'm giving you max money, a visit, and a best sell I possibly can. Please. Guard, commit to me. Don't join Ryan Day. Join me, Nevada. That's not the guard. I tried. We get our Ohio State rematch. Let's go. Let's go. I don't think we've lost a single time to UNLV since year 1. Nice, moderate 21-person class. Watch this running playbook do what the redacted playbook couldn't do, which is win the natty. I don't think it'll happen, but let's see. Okay, y'all 2 are good. Ohio State's 11-1. Who in the hell did they lose to? Let's go peek their team schedule. Watch them lose to some crap team. They lost to fucking Wisconsin. Okay, sure. Also, I'm ranked 3 Nevada. What is going on? Actually, what is going on? I'm 2 losses. And I'm a top 3 team in the country. Versus undefeated Louisville and undefeated TCU. This game is funny. Well, it's a pretty meaningless game for us. Because we're going to make the playoffs anyways. But I still want to win. So, if we can do the winning thing, that'd be awesome. More pipelines. We need those. Can we beat Ohio State at Ohio State? Let's see. I'm going to player of the week. A edge rusher. Nice. Did we win, though? My wide receiver had a good day. 2 touchdowns on 6 receptions is nuts. And we win the head-to-head rematch versus Ohio State. Nice. And it was a 4-point bloodbath. Okay. We had more total yards of offense than them, with 10 less first downs and about 21 less plays. Holy shit. My quarterback had a hell of a day. To be fair, so their QB. Holy crap, my RB1 had 16 carries for 171 yards and a touchdown. Damn. But yeah, this receiver had a crazy day. 6 catches, 100 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Talk about efficiency. I don't think he'll make the Heisman list, unfortunately, but it is still cool. We also failed our 80 challenge of averaging 35 plus points per game, but we're also running the ball a lot, which is acceptable. It's kind of hard to have a high-scoring offense while simultaneously being a running offense, but
special moment on the annual sports calendar. The Heisman Trophy ceremony presented by EA Sports inside the Tiburon Theater.
He's not winning Heisman. He don't have enough touchdowns for sure.
Every year, so many memories come out of this night. Each of these guys have hung out together, got to know each other better, but ultimately, the night's going to belong to one guy. One name will be
that guy might win Heisman, depending on what split that is passing to rushing touchdown ratio. He might have that Heisman locked. 51 touchdowns is a lot. Actually, I lied. He might win Heisman. 18 touchdowns and about 1,500 yards, a lot for a receiver. We have nobody on the list. We don't care.
This is really a nervous time for.
It's either that QB or the receiver. It's the receiver. Yep. Called that. I don't think I lost anybody, but it may happen. Just a little pop-up here and there. I don't really care about the practice. Who are we getting in our first playoff game? Give me a crap team like Hawaii. Oh. Arizona State. You don't say. I mean, we're only a 15 overall advantage, so we should kill them, but knowing my luck, we're going to lose by like 20. If you guys weren't there for what happened last season, we lost to a 78 overall Colorado team by 30, so you never know. Auto spend our tokens. Can we beat Arizona State and to snag our first playoff win? The answer is yes. Nice. Single season rushing yards record. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Oh, we get to play Georgia next? Okay, well, this is probably where the run dies. Let's go peek the stats, though. JK, we fucking murdered them by 30 points? Why didn't Arizona State do the fourth quarter thing where they just scored 20 points in the fourth quarter like everybody else? RB1, 21 carries, 141 yards, and a touchdown. Damn. Lane, yes, the 99 overall team loses to a 78 overall team. Great game. Well, see, that's the funny thing, Leighton, is that they're technically Colorado's overall was, I think, an 81 or an 82. But after I lost them, I went and checked each starter on their field. I had more 90 plus overall players than Colorado had 80 plus overall players. Like, if I remember correctly, which just go watch the end of my last stream and you guys can fact check me, but I believe 3 or 4 out of the 5 offensive linemen were under an 80. Their quarterback was like a 77. Their receivers, I think there was like 190 receiver and the rest were like 78s. Pretty much, even though the game said they were an 80 overall team, they weren't really an 80 overall team. most of the players on their team weren't even an 80 overall. Their backups were just the same overall as the starters, and how the math works in the game, it evens out. So realistically, it was a 99 overall team versus an 80 overall team, but in reality, I had almost a 90 plus at every spot on my field. They struggled to put an 80 plus on the field, and they beat me 37-6. Yeah, it makes no sense how I lose by 30 points when a vast majority of my roster is between 20 to 30 points overall higher than the other team. So yeah, it's... But hey, we got a playoff win, so I would like to keep going. I would obviously like to win the Natty, but with how absolute fluke random RNG this game is with simulating, it's just... I beat Arizona by 30, and this week I could lose by 30. You never know. JK, we beat Georgia. What the fuck? My edge rusher got 1 sack and was player of the game. That's... My RB2 had 20 carries. Oh my god. Did we just beat Georgia by running the ball 60 times? Why did my RB2 have 20 carries? What the hell? Oh, it was a close game. 27-20. Oh my god. My RB1 had almost 200 rushing yards on 13 carries. My RB2 had 20 carries for 100 yards to... That might be the most rushing yards I've ever seen from a backup running back in a game. Holy shit. Like, basically, both of those running backs just put up RB1 numbers, and that's nuts. It's time for Kirby to go. Bum can't win a playoff game. Lol, true. Fuck Kirby Smart. Because that is a backfield threat, Schnoz. The other guy has higher juking, spinning, trucking. He's actually better at playing running back. The backfield threat's a higher overall because he has higher catching and route running, which don't really matter for running backs. Well, I didn't expect to go this far. Undefeated Louisville. Let's see. We lost. You know what? That's fine. I hope the game was close. We got 11,000 XP with Program Builders. That's supposed to be it. Yeah, we lost. What was the score? 34-28. Oh, this game is so trash. They scored 17 points through 3 quarters. And then magically in the 4th quarter, they scored 21, and I lose. So what you're saying is I was winning the entire game, and then the 4th quarter happens. Awesome. I just lost to a quarterback that had 3 interceptions, by the way. Wow. Wow. Their QB was 3 for 3, and my QB threw 0 picks. I literally just lost the game where I was winning by multiple possessions heading into the fourth quarter, winning the turnover battle, winning the time of possession, and I still lose the game. This is both objectively and subjectively the worst simulation engine. I feel like I say this every single stream, but this is the worst sports sim engine I have ever fucking seen. How in the world do I have more time of possessions, less turnover, winning by the fourth quarter, and then just lose the game? Just lose the game. I have no words, man. I have no words. I'm about to screenshot this shit for the rant. I wasn't going to record the rant, but I'm now going to record the rant because this is just the most hellacious shit. And I'm so tired of dealing with this every single time I play this game. And as you guys can see, it doesn't happen every week. There are just some weeks where you sim and the fourth quarter, they just score more points in the fourth quarter than they did the previous 3 combined. Oregon, there's 1. Couldn't score get a first down the entire game, let alone score, and then they somehow beat me. Ohio State. There's 2. They didn't score there. I don't know why, but... Just weird, I don't know. Indiana. There's 3. I'm not going to count this game because realistically, neither of us scored in the first or fourth quarter. So I'm not going to count that. Won't count that one either. I won't count this one either, just because we scored the same number of points in the fourth, so that'd be kind of not fair. Georgia, ironically enough, just was like one of the few teams we played all year where they actually consistently scored every quarter. I'm not going to count that either. That's kind of fair. But this Louisville game is just the most atrocious shit I've ever seen. I don't understand how my defense can get multiple turnovers and we just somehow lose the game. It's just, I don't fucking get this. I really don't. I'm going to go ahead and reiterate. The point of this season was not to win the Natty. The point was to see the best rushing playbook, but it's still just, it hurts extra much to lose the same way every fucking time. It's just the same. The other team can't score in the first, second, and third quarter consistently, and then magically in the fourth quarter, they'll score 17, 25, 40 points, and you lose. I really don't understand why, but let's go do a little scout back of our year. You know, for all the shit I gave my quarterback, which was a lot of shit, he actually had a fucking pretty clean year. Like, I don't believe he should have probably played better being a 97 overall quarterback with, you know, those disgusting stat lines, but, you know, for all intents and purposes, Nick McTeary, however you say his name, Nick didn't play that bad. Threw 70%, 3,200 yards, give or take, 23 touchdowns, which is pretty bad, but only 2 picks. So that I was expecting these numbers to be like 2,000, so that's not that bad for a Running the... Oh, my God. Chat. Oh, my God. Oh, dude, I literally... Chat, go back and rewind the VOD. I swear to God, go back and rewind the footage. I'm not trolling. I gave the prediction that we're going to have a 2,000-yard rusher and my backup's going to have 1,000 yards. Holy shit, dude. I had 2,200 yards from my starter and 1,000 yards from my backup. Holy shit. And 19 touchdowns and 18 touchdowns. That's fucking... Even my third string, dude. I don't know how the fuck this guy is ever stepping onto the field. But my third string running back was also averaging 5.3 yards per carry. He somehow squeaked 3 touchdowns and 200 yards. I don't know where the fuck he got on the field, but Marshall Bullock stepped on the field a few times and actually went fucking bananas. Holy shit. My QB even had a little rushing moments. My wide receiver 1 did squeak out a 1,200-yard year. 18 yards per reception is kind of disgusting. 7 touchdowns. The rest of these guys were just kind of existing on the field. They played the football. Defense. Both of my edge rushers cranked out about 15 sacks. Don't know where this guy came from, but he came from somewhere. Interceptions. We had 2 DBs, 99 overall corner with 6 picks, and my 95 overall corner had 5 picks. Pretty insane how I have a DB with almost maxed every stat. And there's some CPU teams that couldn't even have 85 overall players. And yet, yep, but not bad. Kicking, my dude. He missed 1 field goal. Got the worst one to have a burp. Ow. He missed 1 field goal the entire year, and it was the 1 block he had the entire year against Oregon. That's very EA of you. He had 1 block all year. Wow. I don't think the playbook's very good for, like, winning, like, consistently winning, but I will definitely tip my cap to you, Sam. That might be the most rushing numbers I've ever seen. Dude, I had almost 1,000 more yards than the next team. I averaged almost, what is that? 30 yards per extra, yeah, 30 extra yards per game. I tied with TCU, though, with 44 rushing touchdowns. Damn. Well, that's a pretty big year. I'm kind of tempted to bring my QB back. I probably shouldn't, because, like, he wants too much money, but... Dude, my right guard wants $350. No. The running back, I'm going to bring him back because it's easier to do the test with the same running back, so I'm going to bring the running back back. I mean, I guess to be fair, I'm not really going to use the portal, so... Doing a little roster check because shit like this happens all the time. Emmanuel Shembo, he was going to hit the portal. Not no more. Now he's on my team. EA needs to fix the... I guess you can also add this as like a new bug to the list of bugs. But if you just look at the highly risk guys when you're doing your money, there will be dudes who leave you that are not on that list. So it's always good just to check that before you do it. Doesn't mean they'll come back, but It reduces the odds of them leaving by giving them the money they want. Yeah, like in the fourth quarter, bug strikes again. It's awful. Laying 26 clears, man. I don't know how people say this is the best of the three. Dude, if anybody says this is the best of the three, they have to be trolling. If anyone genuinely says this is the best of the three, then either A, they didn't play the other two, or B, they're just trolling. I got one of them to come back. That's nice. Got two of them to come back. Okay. So I'm losing the QB. I'm losing the right guard. I'm losing these guys as well. Okay, that's not the worst I've ever seen. I have pretty much everything I want from CEO. Oh, I don't have this perk. Shit, I'm retarded. If I had my roster retention, they would have stayed. Fuck. Oh, well. I'm getting the roster retention perk, then I'm done. I'll just go back to getting talent developer and be on with our day. Schnoz, yeah, my Hawaii Dynasty ended up losing 33-31 in the Natty to USC because they converted a 3rd and 17 on a jumping one-handed catch to a tight end. That's crazy. That's crazy, Schnoz. Both interceptions were in one game, right? So, yeah, I'm pretty sure the 2 picks Mike QB threw the whole year, Schnoz. I'm pretty sure he threw one against Oregon and one against Ohio State. Which is nuts. Well, Sam, I'm going to go ahead and formally congratulate you on probably picking the best running playbook there is. But I'm still going to go test the other few, so. Is there a point? I mean, there's just, they're not, like, free, but, like, they're kind of free, if you know what I mean. Like, they're not, they're going to cost me a couple dollars, but they're not, like, too expensive, right? Well, we're gonna try everyone's playbook, but I'm just gonna go ahead and congratulate you, Sam. I think you will join the ranks of my friend the Eagle with having the redacted playbook, and you can have your own little discovery. And I'll make sure to give you guys all plugs in the playbook video I'll be dropping hopefully soon, if you have discovered the best playbook of the bunch. Schnoz, for purely the gameplay against CPU being more difficult, it's probably my favorite of the three. Otherwise, last year's is just objectively better. Well, see, that's the thing, Schnoz. I feel like the gameplay changes that they did for the CPU, I feel like maybe I'm wrong, but everything they added to this game for the CPU being quote unquote more difficult, was that not able to be done last year? Like, example, stunts. The D-line this year, for the defense, CPU defense, will do stunts. Why couldn't they do that last year? Like, I don't want to be, I'm not, like, trying to be a smartass here. But, like, what feature did they really do to the defense that they couldn't have done last year? Because, like, stunts and twists is something that should have been in every game. I don't know why it being in this year's game is like, oh my goodness. The AI has, like, adaptive play calling, which they had it last year, too. It just really didn't do much. I mean, on the offensive side of the ball, the AI now can slide to the left and slide to the right, which is, like, again, a cool feature, but, like, why couldn't they always do that? Schnoz, I know the game was easier, but I'm telling you, what feature did they add to this game that they couldn't add last year? The thing that comes to my mind is stunts and twists and sliding the O-line, which, again, they could have just done that last year with an update. So, like, what did they do besides make the computer do what it's supposed to do? I can't give them a cookie for doing that. It's like, why would the defense not use stunts? Why does the O-line not slide left or right? Why so it's nice that they now do it. Just makes virtually no sense why it was that difficult to get them to do it. Yeah, I also could give these guys more money, but I don't really care. I had my recruiting class already, so these guys are just literally extra. Layton, seen multiple people at launch when it, worse says it was the best of the three. Well, you got to give me those names, Layton. What? Obviously, we're not including the random Jimmys and or the what was my phrase? I forgot my slogan. The Jimmys, the Joes, the Susies, the Sallys, stuff like that. The random nobodies liking the game is whatever. Bordeaux likes every game every year, so whatever. But like, what content creator actually likes this game? Oh, actually, that's I worded that poorly. Let me rephrase. What content creator says this is the best of the three? That's how I should have worded that sentence. There you go. Just got that 5-star QB, by the way, for $100. That's nuts. Hell yeah, Sam. Let's go peek the dev traits. Impact dev, I knew it. Star dev, nice. Impact, ouch. Elite dev, out to Sam. Star dev, nice. Star dev, nice. Star dev, nice. Star. Impact, ouch. Star. Impact, impact, impact. Elite dev from the halfback. Star. Impact, star, impact, elite. Star, elite, elite. Okay. The 5 stars did pretty well this year, but we lost a few of them. We lost a few of them. So yeah, I was hoping that one guy would come back, but realistically, Josh is the starter. So here's how this shit's about to go. So Josh is going to be the starter this year with max elusiveness, max quickness, max throw power. All we got to fix is IQ and accuracy, which won't be that hard for an elite dev QB. Next year, as a redshirt junior, he will be starting. And then, do we have those impact? Yeah, these impact dev QBs are going to get cut. So just ignore these bum impact dev guys. They're not going to see the field. So the QB room looks a bit crowded. It's really not that bad. It's got several cuts to make, which, just to be sure, are you a 5-star? Okay, you're a 4-star impact dev. Yeah, you can get cut. Next, are you a 5-star? No, you're a 4-star impact dev. You can get cut too. Me and my 30 running backs. They were comp players. Well, don't listen to those retards. Comp players they're stupid. Just to give you, I can't show you the video. I don't want to get copyright striked by Civil, but Layton, go and find the first tournament Civil had like a week or two after this game came out. In the gameplay, a dude won the first tournament he hosted this year. He won like 200 or 300. I forget the exact prize pool, but the guy won money in regs. It was a non-ultimate team, non-dynasty. It was a regular team tournament. And he literally won with Texas because the Texas tight end has platinum 50-50. And when the game came out, it didn't matter if it was single coverage or quadruple coverage. If you have 50-50 and you green the catch, you would always catch the ball. And so that absolute loser would just throw up quadruple teams and penta teams. The guy would man up his entire defense to the tight end and he still catch the ball. And so no, in fact, calling them comp is a bit disingenuous. They're just degenerates. That's all they are. They're losers who find ways to break the game every single play to where if you don't know what you're doing, your life is miserable, which is just cringe behavior. Which kind of goes full circle back to what I was opening my stream with about the guy calling me a cheeser. It's like, my brother in Christ, I know how to break this game. I'm not doing that out of niceness. Let's calm down. Ugh. But yeah, it's... I can't find a single human being who likes this game. Whether it's gameplay, whether it's sim, whether it's, you know, Road to Glory, whether it's cut. I can't find a single person who likes this game who isn't just an EA cocksucker who just glazes everything they do. Again, shout out Bordeaux. I'm not going to keep punching the guy in the eyeball here. But, like, he thought 25 was a very good game. He thought 26 was almost perfect. And now he thinks 27, you know, aside from the microtransactions, is like the best game. And I'm like, you're out of your fucking mind, brother. Brother, you are out of your mind. There are COD cocksuckers, and there's also apparently EA cocksuckers who just glob on that knob. Oh, I have no O-line, by the way. Well, this is going to be a problem now, isn't it? I can't move you because you become a well-rounded tackle because I have the fucking... Shit. He says a pass protector, though, which is not bad. Really? I have no wills, huh? Really? Well, he's not playing running back with impact, that's for sure. I mean, 6'1" is not that short to play linebacker, but 170 is so light. But the problem is that he has no COD. He has no fucking COD. I'm gonna throw him at corner, but he's probably getting cut next year. Schnoz, a lot of people glazed this game when it came out. A lot of people, so limiting the list is too much. Not to, like, glaze myself, but I was one of the few people, like, literally the day that came out, talking about the issues the game has. I was one of the few people. I can't think of very many people, aside from myself, when the game came out, vocalizing just, this is bugged, this is bugged, this is bugged, this is glitched, this is bugged, this is bugged. I also maxed out the accuracy there and not the IQ, because during the year we're going to get enough tokens to get more IQ upgrades. But during the season, getting accuracy is a little more expensive than IQ, so I have more confidence in getting 4 tokens mid-year for IQ than I do getting 10 tokens for accuracy, but realistically, accuracy or IQ is more important, so there you go. I literally have God, by the way, at quarterback. Maxed quickness, elusiveness, throw power, and accuracy with 2 boxes missing in IQ, and ignore health because we have injuries turned off, so the health does nothing. This guy is yoked. Out of his mind. regardless of what, he's the QB next year, so we might want to factor that into our upgrades. Yeah, he'll get more upgrades mid-year. He's getting cut. He's getting cut. We have 2 cuts. Also, this is how you're able to... I mean, I can tell you how to upgrade your players, but does it really matter, chat? Like, this is how you prime your players properly to have really good play. Does it matter when the CPU's just gonna randomly butt fuck you in the 4th quarter? You know? I don't want those upgrades. Thank you. Beastly, it was only 4 tokens. Why those 4 tokens in IQ would have upgraded them 4 overall? I don't want that. I need this motherfucker to be as low of an overall as humanly possible for as long as humanly possible. IQ make the overall go burr. So how do we avoid that? Just don't buy IQ. Which sounds simple, but it's very hard. Like here we have to buy IQ. Nothing else costs 2 tokens. There's 1 overall, and there is... Oh, that one didn't... Nice. His max elusiveness, we're getting the speed going. So not bad. Chat, I know this is like a super random detail, but I just recently cut my toenails, and I cut my toenails a wee bit too small. So like every single time my toe like grazes against something, it fucking hurts. Oh, that sucks. I did a very good job of fucking my toenails into oblivion. Would I rather get more speed or more trucking? Let's get more trucking. The speed would have been cool, but I think it wouldn't have mattered either way. He can't juke or spin as an elusive back. That's frightening. That's like the entire point of your character, bro, is to juke and spin. Why can you not do the juking or the spinning? It's gonna explode his overall, isn't it? Yeah, both of these will, though. That's the... Yeah. Ooh. He's gonna be an absolute demon, but if I can bring him back... Oh, he'll be insane. And he has more room to grow with elusiveness. Man. If I was actually min-maxing this previous running back, I would have bought power for him. But we need a good halfback too. And there's one right there, so. He will cost me an arm and a leg to buy back to bring next year, but it'll probably be worth it. Not a bad wide receiver one. Good news, though, is that we won't really need that many good receivers in these offenses. Probably a good wide receiver one and like a couple solid receivers probably good enough for this offense. An 88 wide receiver 2 is not bad. Again, considering this guy will probably catch like 30 balls, maybe 40 if we're lucky. '88 wide receiver 3, again, not bad. Deliberately making my wide receiver shit because we won't really need them to catch the ball that much. Actually, who was he? Was it Carver? Who recommended the Arkansas playbook? Because I'm assuming the playbook will function like the previous two, but there's no guarantee. So like maybe I should be upgrading my wide receivers. Maybe. I'm sure he'll be fine. Vols did, and you said Nebraska? Damn. Well, be a good heads up if I need to do anything specific for these playbooks. If not, then fine, but be a good heads up. Like, hey, basically this playbook you're doing for the rushing stats also includes wide receiver 1. It's like, oh, thank you. I mean, it's safe to assume it's probably not going to include a wide receiver 1, but I don't really know till I load in there, so. Syracuse, time to do some work. Have a good night, Beastly, and chat. Catch you tomorrow. Hey, I appreciate that, Syracuse. God bless you. Have a great rest of your evening as well, and I will see you in the next one. Syracuse, take care. Sludge your number 1? Okay, got it. That's kind of the normal go-to, Carver, but it's still good to know. Damn, an 85 overall freshman's disgusting. Oh, by the way, chat, I have to, some of you guys may find this funny. Some of you may not, but I have to add a rule to the online dynasty. The one that we destroyed when I make the new one. I was trying to keep this under wraps for as long as I possibly could, but the secret's kind of getting out now, and I can't keep it under wraps. I'm going to have to ban a couple plays in the online dynasty. I know that I banned custom playbooks, which is one of many reasons why I did that, but I did ban custom PBs. And, well, along with some sauce that you guys are going to receive for the, you know, redacted playbook, you guys are going to also receive some sauce for a double pass. Yes. Leighton, you know what's up. So, I was trying not to tell people this because I didn't want this shit affecting my game / my league, but some people have discovered what double passes are. And if you guys don't know about play action double passes in this game, is if you call any zone coverage, whether it's cover 3, cover 4, cover match, whatever, if you call any zone, it's a 100% chance the street gets open. And I wasn't going to bring any attention to it. That way nobody would start spamming it. However, there was a gentleman who discovered this today in my presence via Discord. They sent me the clip and they were like, dude, I found this way of always scoring on the computer. And I was like, show me. And it was just PA double whatever. And I'm like, yeah, no, that works against literally any zone. If the CPU / user calls any zone of any kind, the streak will always be open. And I was hoping to not have to specifically ban that play. But as you could probably guess, when your opponent knows you can't call any zone, that forces you, the user, to have to play man. And if I know you have to play man, so yeah, I'm not going to let some fucking degenerate make an entire scheme from that play because, no. Also, I'm not going to get into the nitty gritty with the playbook, but some playbooks allow you to audible a quarterback as your second running back. So you could argue, well, Beastly, it's fair and balanced because it's a running back throwing the pass, not a quarterback. But there's some playbooks where you can make your QB2 the guy that catches the swing pass. So it'd be quarterback to quarterback, which is just aids. So that's not going to be a thing. That's going to be dead. Technically, it's not just one play. It's all the double passes, but the one that I'm specifically in reference to, it was very common in 25. It was common in 26. Luckily, no one in my audience knew about it. So I was like, that's fine. And some fellas have discovered it. So it go bye-bye. And with typically, oh, I didn't upgrade my IQ. Oh, I'm stupid as fuck. I was wondering why this dude was such a low overall. I was like, why is he only a 91? I didn't upgrade his IQ. I fucking Pepega'd that shit, of course. This sim engine? Oh, yes, it's awful. KJ, we've been yapping about how dog shit this sim engine is for the last, like, 2 hours. Is there any way I can upgrade you without increasing the overall? I think the answer is no. Yeah. If I upgrade any actual set of his, he becomes like a 90 overall. So, quickness. More quickness. Let's max the quickness out. Fuck. Ooh. Yeah, he might get drafted, which I was trying to avoid, but he wasn't high enough stats for any abilities, and I couldn't dump those there, so that blows. My starter, I didn't upgrade his fucking IQ. Of course, I didn't upgrade the IQ. And the backup is, probably also going to get drafted. So that sucks. I can read a few more chats, but I unfortunately have to go and leave the stream for about a few minutes. My nephew is having a little hissy fit. Catch back up on chat, and I will be right back, you guys. Carver, I find it funny so many people have issues with that play. I run zones against that stuff, and maybe gave up a touchdown or twice. Well, Carver, one, you're playing against shitters who don't know what they're doing, and two, you're playing people that exclusively call that one play for that one thing. Again, like I mentioned, shocker, in that formation, you can call other plays that's not the PA double pass. So if you actually make an offense around it, you could basically have a bunch of man beaters on the field because your opponent has to run man. Then your opponent will call zone. You just call the double pass and or audible do it, and then there you go. So no, if you play against people who know what they're doing and don't just spam that one play, it's a nightmare. So it's not going to be allowed. So yeah. That glitch run in Kansas State is stupid, where the player slings shots, basically. I have no idea what you're referring to, but I will now go Google, Carver, because that's funny. KJ, frequently losing to a 70 overall team with a 95 plus Lamau. KJ, go and watch my previous stream. I lost to Colorado. They were an 80. I was a 99, which already is annoying. But I lost by 30 points. I lost to Colorado by 30 points. I was like, wow, I want to go see what those specific stats are. I want to go look at the stats. I looked at the stats of the 30-point game I lost versus Colorado, and I noticed they had several people starting who were in the 70s. And I was like, that makes no fucking sense. And I went and checked Colorado's team, and I had more 90-plus overall players on my team than Colorado had 80-plus overall players. Yeah, Colorado's offense was like 77 overall quarterback with like a 74 tackle. Yeah, go back and watch my previous stream, KJ. It's the very last game I did on my last stream. I lost by 30 points to a team that, even though their overall says it's an 80, it's not really an 80. Their overall more or less should have been like a 75 or a 74. But again, backups do inflate your overall in this game, which is why I always tell people backups overall means nothing. So what are the overall of your players versus their players? I had 90 plus overall players everywhere on my team. They struggled to put 80 plus overall players anywhere on their roster, and I lost by 30 points. So there is no rhyme or reason for the sim engine. You are just destined to randomly lose and or give up 1,000 points in the fourth quarter to guarantee a loss. So did you see the update today where you can't untarget in RPOs now? I did see that in the update, but I don't really do that, but I did see it. Yes, Carver. That could be fair to build around it. I could see that being an issue, and I'll send the video for the Discord. Yes. Also, Carver, the other thing, too, is I don't know every single PA double pass play in the game, but the one I'm specifically thinking of is in, I want to say it's the Arkansas playbook. I forget which the exact playbook, but it has the exact, like, it has basically two of the same formations. The only difference is that it's either two quarterbacks, one running back, or it's two running backs, one quarterback. It's the same formation. So, like, specifically with that example, it's not just the fact that you could build an entire offense around one play. You could literally build two different offenses with the same formation, and the only difference would be how many quarterbacks are in the backfield. So, in, you know, having to keep track of that every single play of which of the two, because again, it's the same formation. It's like trips tight end, but instead of you having one running back, one quarterback in the backfield from trips tight end, it's two quarterbacks. So like, yeah, if you're paying attention, you can see that there's two QBs that, you know, something funny is going to happen, but it's the same. The receivers line up in the same spot. The tight ends line up in the same spot. Everything's the exact same. The only difference is they swap the running back for a second QB. And with how this game works, you get like an athletic enough QB. You could just have a quarterback playing running back who's actually a running back. So it's AIDS. I'm not dealing with that. And that's why it's just going to get banned. So yeah, but I will be right back. I will be gone for literally like a minute. I'll be right back. Oh, okay, we're back. What are you? You're a freshman lineman. You get the good old strength treatment, buddy. Max that strength. Where was I? Oh, yeah, the AJ. Remember AJ. KJ. Funny. Yeah, sim engine bad. Very bad. You can contain glitch, but it's not out of 3 D-line guys. It's for any 4-man front, and once you float backwards as a user, it's almost insta-stacks. Well, I would make a joke, but... Out of respect for Jaden Daniels, I won't say it. Nah. Oh, shit. He was supposed to be my starter this year? Oh, fuck. I thought he was the backup. Nah, but, wouldn't be shocked, Carver, if they bricked QB contains. Wouldn't be shocked. Not in the slightest. The gameplay is Carver, whoever can just out-fuck over their opponent. Which is just crazy. That's crazy. Layton, maybe that's what I should title the video. Why this is the worst CFB game since 25. Also, my right tackle is going to be a 99. Yep. I did the thing, chat. I did the thing. A 99 overall player. Nice. 19 likes. Appreciate y'all. Let's just do strength upgrades for a bit. We'll go strength and IQ. Man's an 86. Holy shit. It's gonna be a unit next year. Oh, what do I upgrade on you? I mean, I think probably 99 power move would be pretty smart, right, Beasley? Let's get the pass rush stat pretty high. Good. Next, we can do... I guess back-to-back IQs. That was a waste. The fact they keep trying to update things but never touch how the O-line blocks and handles stunts or shifts is getting so old. They're missing blocks. Well, that's the thing, Carver, is they just did that. Like, they literally just updated that. Like, I'm pretty sure it was in Title Update 3, but it might have been Title Update 2. But in one of the last 2 Title Updates, they specifically had a dev note of them nerfing stunts and twists. Because I don't remember if it's the Texas one or if it's the... It's one of the two. It's either the Texas stunt or it's the El Paso for... I forget which stunt it was, but it's where your defensive ends go inward and your D tackles go outward. It's that stunt. But that stunt literally just glitches through the O-line like every other attempt. So bad in Ultimate Team. It was what everybody was doing. And since there's, you know, most of them play Ultimate Team, not all of them, but most of them do play Ultimate Team. And so you got like a 90 speed edge rusher going against like a fucking 70 overall gold card, and they get torched. And it makes it look really bad, which, I mean, to be fair, it is really bad, but stunts, this is not like always, obviously, there are exceptions to every rule, but generally speaking, if you're getting stunted on, if you change your blocking assignments to empty, they'll pick the stunts up. Not always, but that's generally how you block stunts. The issue is, example, what was going on this year versus last year. This year, they're just not picking up their assignment. They're just letting it go. Which is wild, because we're not even 2 months into this game's life cycle, and they've already specifically nerfed one stunt. And I'm pretty sure it's still good. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's still good. I don't spam stunts because they're annoying, so. I stole your playing style and basically run 65% of them. Because anytime you pass, it's a problem for you. That's funny. See, Carver, you haven't known me long enough to really know how I used to play the game. But prior to Madden like 21, 22, I would throw the ball like 95% of the time. I've only recently began being a runner in the last like 5 or so years. I used to be one of those people that would throw like 75-yard touchdowns. Right? I used to run the old Saints bunch back in like Madden 15 to like Madden 20. I'd run Saints bunch. And then from like 20 to like 21 or 22, I ran Oakland bunch. And would just run cover 3, cover 2, cover 4 beaters. And with like pocket Deadeye and... Oh, what's the other one? Is it scrambling Deadeye? I forget what the Deadeyes used to be, but basically when you used to throw like infinite passes, right? I used to literally throw for like 800 yards a game. And I had to stop doing that play style because EA changed how the passing mechanics worked with placement and accuracy. I was super happy because I'm like, ooh, I get to not playmaker. I get to like, you know, float my passes a little better. And I was like super pumped about it. And then I played it and I'm like, well, every time I pass lead, it's an overthrow. And I would like to say I'm exaggerating. I'm not. Every pass I threw was literally an overthrow. And I'm like, I don't want to pass the ball no more because why am I getting punished for trying to pass the football? Again, I might be getting my dates slightly mixed up here, but whether it's Madden 21, Madden 22, I forget which Madden it was, but once when it got to the point where the game was like, no, you cannot pass lead. You will overthrow every pass. It's like, well, I'm not going to pass. Why would I ever willingly want to pass the ball if every time I pass the ball, it's a goddamn overthrow? And then that's kind of where I began being a runner because I can't overthrow a touchdown when I'm running the ball. So if EA didn't cuck me, then I would still be a passing demon, but why would I pass the ball if every other pass is just an overthrow? And that was, again, a problem like 10 years ago. Or not really 10, like 5 years ago. Now, in this game, it's 10 times funnier because now your overthrows are so hysterically overthrows that it's like, nope, not doing that. I refuse. I refuse. Yeah, Leighton, the Texas one last year was crazy, but it was blockable. If you knew what you were doing, you could block it. Yeah, Carver, that's the other really funny thing about the Texas four-man stunt is that when you call a passing play, it glitches through the O-line, which is a problem. Or if you call a running play, like inside zone or dive, it just... They don't, like, the O-line don't block the dude regardless, which makes it really funny. Just snap the ball and... Oh, why are you here? Oh, he didn't get blocked, got it. However, the downside, though, is if they're spamming Texas stunts, you have literally any run in the game to the outside wide open, so... If you have any tosses, pitches, stretches, it's wide open, so... I play the opposite of how I like to watch, so I run a lot in the game, but when I'm watching college games in NFL, I want to see bombs. I fully agree with that statement. How I play football is super boring. But it's kind of what EA's forced me to do. True, run the ball, that's funny. Also, back in the day, escape artists used to be a thing, and I know a lot of these younger cats talk about PTSD. You don't know real PTSD until you played Prime Escape Artist. That shit was the most AIDS thing God ever invented. Dude, you don't know pain until you have an 80 overall Steve Young, or say 80 overall, an 80 speed Steve Young, unsackable behind the line of scrimmage because of fucking that one ability. God, I hate that ability. The trauma I have from Escape Artist, oh. It was the most skillless ability in the game. Just, you use Escape Artist and you just score touchdowns. No one can catch you behind the line. You're literally impossible to catch. You're too fast. And then when you cross the line, you're typically moving so fast that your momentum doesn't stop until 30 yards down the field. Oh, I fucking hate that ability. Dude, Escape Artist became so cancerous that they removed it. I forget which game it was, but they removed it from the game, making it a fucking X Factor. And people were like, yeah, we don't care. We'll just run the X Factor. And I want to say it's Michael Vick. I forget which quarterback it was. But there's a quarterback in the game that starts with the ability on. So you don't even have to earn the X Factor. You just spawn in and have Escape Artists. So even when EA tried to nerf their own Abomination, they still fucked us. Which is the most just EA thing ever. We're trying to fix the problem, guys. Meanwhile, they make the problem 10 times worse. Of course. That's why I said if I was ever in charge of this game, it would be the best gameplay of all time. Because I don't give a flying fuck about realism. I don't give a dick about realism. If it makes sense, I would put it in my game. If it makes no sense, that shit's getting tossed. Like a good one I would, like, always go to in my head when I'm having this conversation. Oh, it's unrealistic to have DBs get pancaked by offensive linemen and don't sit in nickel normal the entire game, scumbag. Go have a different defense, bitch. Like, fuck you. Sir, it's unrealistic to have a cover 2 beater. It's like, okay, don't sit in cover 2 the entire game, idiot. The gameplay, I can assure you, if I was in charge, would be so clean. I also would make sure the sim engine's not absolute garbage, but... Actually, now I think more about this, I would have all these great ideas to how to fix this dog shit game, but the developers would still probably buffoon their way out of it, so... Do it really matter? Oh, I would, if I was in charge of gameplay, I also wouldn't have any insta-sheds. I would never have it be a feature in my game where I snap the ball and the D-line just instantly wins. But Beastly, I don't give a fuck. You should never be sacked before the CPU even is done doing their 3 or 5 step drop. That's just stupid. Now, if you sit in the pocket for like 18 seconds, oh yeah, you'd be sacked. But it would, the insta sacks would be gone. Which I don't even think anybody likes insta sacks. I don't think I've ever met someone who's like, you know what I like? I like snapping the ball and just instantly being on the turf. It's like, who the fuck likes that shit? Like, I want names. Because I can't tell you a single human that likes that shit. And what's funny is, like, the excuse EA gave for why they have insta-wins in the game is like, well, it's unrealistic to have this 45 overall offensive lineman block this, like, 99 overall Aaron Donald. It's like, well, yeah. But, like, how often is Aaron Donald squaring up against, like, a 12 overall lineman? Never. 99% of the time, if you get an instant snap win, it's not like you're you know, dogging a bad lineman. It's a decent or good lineman. You just get fucked. Oh, interceptions? Oh, chat, if I was ever in charge of this game, there would be 0 drop picks. If that ball... Actually, here's a better way of me wording this. If I was in charge of gameplay, if you throw the ball in triple or quadruple coverage, it would be an interception 100% of the time. I give no fucks. If you ever throw that bitch in the air and hope that the ball doesn't get picked, it would always be picked. If you throw that shit in single coverage, maybe. If you throw it in double coverage, maybe. You throw that bitch in quadruple coverage, that should be an interception 100% of the time. I don't care what the fuck you say. You're an idiot. Get punished. Which, by the way, that's like another key thing that I feel like EA just doesn't do enough anymore is punish their players. Back in my day, if you threw a fuck-ass read, your reward was throwing a pick. If you did some stupid-ass shit, your reward was getting punished. Oh, you throw the ball in quadruple coverage? Yeah, it's a pick 6, bud. Now it's like, oh, but little Timmy can't have a pick 6. He'll stop. I don't care. Don't throw the ball right at my user, dumbass. Yeah, but I don't care. It's unrealistic. Is it unrealistic for my linebacker to catch every interception? Yes. Do I care about realism? No. So, there you go. Is it that much to ask the players who play this game to throw the to throw their passes to open players? Is it that hard? Like, can you please make a read? Like, don't just, I'm gonna throw this ball over here. Like, what is wrong with you? Actually, what is wrong with you? Oh, Beastly, your game's gonna be too hard to play. I know. That's how games should be. I'm sorry, but I don't think everyone should be allowed to be successful. And that's a stance I have on IRL and in-game. I don't think everyone who boots this game up should win. I think the better player should win 9 times out of 10. Not the player who gets fucked over the most. That's... When this game was at its peak, when EA was at their peak, it was the better player would win most of the time. Now it's like, oh, you can be the better player, you just got fucked. And if you get fucked enough, well, good try, bug. It's like, no, fuck that. The good player should always win. Oh, I'm missing so many good players on my team. Ooh, I don't have a number 1 corner, so you're gonna get maxed out. Which even EA, to an extent, agrees with my gameplay changes, because on Madden there's Sim, there's Arcade, and there's Comp, so... The game I would like to play would be Comp, because Comp's the most fair game mode. There's still bullshit in Comp, but it's the most fair. Whereas this game, it's just stuck to Sim. There's no other setting but Sim. Oh, another thing I would do if I was in charge of this game is remove wear and tear. I think wear and tear is the dumbest feature EA's ever made. Is there anybody that actually plays this game that likes wear and tear? Please tell me I'm not the only person who, like, looks at wear and tear and says, ooh, that shit's stupid. Like, wear and tear is so ass. But it's unrealistic for your player to be running full speed in the 4th quarter. I don't give a fuck. My guy has 91 speed. He should play like he has 91 speed in the 1st quarter, 2nd quarter, 3rd quarter, and the 4th quarter. That's the point of having 91 speed. Fucking play like it, damn it. Yo, vote for Beastly for the CFB president, man. If that guy off Mulan can shape them up to make a man out of them, I could whip up the Mutt Cut and Dynasty community to whip them up into some decent players. For sure. For sure. I think this was the running back I moved to the corner. Who's not that bad. An 83 with virtually no upgrades. Nice. Oh, Lord. This cornerback sucks. No, he's the running back I moved to play corner. Okay. He's 71 catching, yeah. Oh, he's pretty dumb. 68 awareness is ass. Yeah, I bet you those run stopping upgrades will be huge. Can't catch a gold and has an IQ that fit. That's so funny. That's funny. That's funny, Leighton. That's funny. I mean, realistically, that awareness should fuck him, but I don't think IQ does much in this game on the secondary side. I think it matters for O linemen and D linemen, and linebackers, but for corners, I don't think awareness does much for corners. I gotta burn so many tokens on you. Damn. Let's get max run support. Grab some man coverage. Ooh, you're not supposed to be upgrading. Please stop. Nice. Whenever he's ready, just max out the zone and be at 99 instantly. A box specialist, my baby. Holy shit, he has that many tokens. Rare to see a dude with 100 upgrade tokens in this economy. I'm probably gonna get max coverage. Dude, box safeties make the best DBs, or the best corners, if you get the right skill caps in the right area. Like, he's 6'2", 193, 88 speed, that probably needs to get fixed, but assuming you fix the speed, 99 zone and man, and because he's a safety, not a corner, if you move him to corner, he keeps his block shedding at 70. So if they try to run the ball on you, he just toss the receiver out the way. If you get the right skill caps in the right area, box safeties make the best DBs in the game, which is just weird. That's just a weird thing to do. It's also cheap for some reason. I don't know why their upgrades are so cheap compared to the rest, but that's some shit I'm probably going to do in the gameplay dynasty when I eventually get my team going. Just a bunch of box specialists that corner. Aw, you're a bitch. It's 58 hit power now. Be careful, you guys. I jarred the ball loose on a Darren Sproles-esque receiver. Actually, how many people in my audience do you guys even remember Darren Sproles? Dude, Darren Sproles was so much fun to watch. I was never an Eagles or a Saints fan, but oh, he was so much fun to watch. Just because homie was just fighting for his life every play. He was like 5'6", like 5'5". He was so small. Actually, here's a good example of a box specialist right here. 94 speed. Let's go upgrade these zones now. Now, obviously, I wouldn't move him to corner this year, but by the end of year 1, he has 94 speed, 98 excel, with 81 man, 73 zone, with 70 shedding. Crazy value. Leighton Dude's like 5'6", 185. Tyreek Hill makes Sproles looks like blade of grass. It's so funny. Yeah, dude, Sproles was a super small man. Which is kind of sad. And I know he's not the only one, right? Like, I think a Shane Vereen and James White also in the same category. But, like, Darren Sproles was a scat back or a satellite back before scat backs and satellite backs were even a thing. Like, if those two running backs were to come out in, like, the modern era, dude, they would be glazed so hard. They would be so glazed. And, like, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to imply that, like, Christian McCaffrey is, like, a bum. But there have been running backs doing what Christian McCaffrey's doing now. There have been a lot of running backs doing it well before him. But, like, people just really didn't care. And now that he's doing it, it's like, oh my god. And I'm like, I mean, kind of. Like, he's okay. In fact, this might be a scorching hot take, but I don't think Christian McCaffrey is as good as people think he is. I think homie catches 1,000 dump-offs from Captain Checkdown himself and Big Cock Brock. And because George Kittle exists.
Well, they had Mike Evans until he tore his ACL, but Shanahan's offense is very explosive, so you got to kind of cover everything deep, which just leaves the dump-offs wide the fuck open.
Ooh. And he has no problems catching them dump-offs. If I cut them both off my field... I gotta find 3 people to cut. I was hoping to get away with cutting all my quarterbacks.
but I still need 3 cuts. I can't really cut my running backs, though, because he's leaving this year. He'll probably leave this year. These two will be the guys next year. So I kind of need these running backs. I guess the correct answer would be a wide receiver. Because we throw to them so infrequently. Let's go ahead and move to the big bad SEC as well. We've beat up on the Big Ten long enough. The lowest school in this conference. 68, Mississippi State. That's... Well, I guess what they're a 2-star. What is Kentucky? They're also a 2-star. Oh, that's funny. Jackson, don't know if you've gone over this for this year's game, but what do you think are the best playbooks, offense and defensive schemes for the sim results? Jackson, I'm going to probably by sometime this week, whether it's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, sometime this week, I will have a in-depth video breakdown of like the best playbooks and the best playbook settings. Layton. Top secret, hushty hush. But that's funny. But yeah, sometime this week, I gotta lock in. I gotta stop laughing. Jackson, sometime this week, I will have a video that will be documenting the best passing playbook, the best overall offensive playbook, the best running playbook, the 2 best defensive playbooks. That way you have a different variety in your schemes and yada, 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 along with the settings and the aggressiveness I have found from my experience. But before you watch that video, Jackson, and before you use the quote-unquote best playbook, just so you know, this is going to happen to you a lot. So, just so you're aware, Jackson, shit like this is going to happen. Doesn't matter how good or bad your team is.
your team will find random ways to just shit the bed. As you can see, I was blowing Ohio State out the entire game. Magically, in the fourth quarter, they scored 13 points to make the game semi-close. Against Oregon, I was blowing them out the entire game. They scored 14 points in the fourth quarter, beating me by a singular point. In my rematch versus Ohio State, this was... Why did I screenshot this? Oh, that's because they scored 7 points the entire game, and then magically in the fourth quarter, they scored 10 points to sling me into overtime, which is pretty fun. I misread the overtime score to the fourth quarter score. In this game versus Indiana, as you can see, Jackson, I'm beating the piss out of Indiana 28-0, and then magically they score 14 points in the fourth quarter to make the game close. And then in the most go fuck yourself game of them all, Jackson, in the national championship game, I lost to Louisville. As you can see, they scored 17 points the entire game, and then magically in the fourth quarter, they scored 21 points to beat me. So I could assure you, Jackson, it doesn't matter the playbook you use. It doesn't matter the aggressiveness you use. It doesn't matter how good or bad your team is. It doesn't matter how good or bad your opponent is. You're just going to randomly lose games. There's going to be some games where you barely beat 45 overall teams, and you're like, wow, that was way too close. There's going to be games in which you play like a 98 overall Ohio State and beat them by like 70 points. There really isn't a rhyme or reason. There isn't any consistency with Sim. Doesn't matter if you're using a balanced playbook, if you're using a passing playbook, a running playbook. It doesn't matter what defense you use. Sometimes your defense will give up 60 points, and then sometimes your defense will hold someone to 0 points. There's really nothing in terms of consistency that's in this game. So I'm going to have my playbook video out, but I'm going to have to put that disclaimer in the front of the video because I know people aren't going to watch the front of the video. They're just going to skip to the very end. They're just going to skip to the very end, and they're going to leave a comment being like, well, Beastly, I used your settings, I used your playbook, and I lost to 40 overall Purdue by 13 points. That's going to happen this year. On average, regardless of how good my team is, on average, I lose about 1 to 2 games a year. So yeah. Boys, I've tested the generic veer and shoot. It has the same problem every other veer and shoot has, where the QB will sometimes run too much and you will lose games because your QB just takes a stupid number of sacks. I don't remember which team it was we were rebuilding. I think it was probably Arkansas State if I had to guess. But there was a team I've tried every quote unquote overpowered playbook, and again, all the results have been pretty much the same. If you use a veer and shoot playbook, sometimes your quarterback will throw for 600 yards, 7 touchdowns, no picks. And then sometimes your quarterback will throw for 200 yards, 0 touchdowns, 3 picks. Sometimes your QB will have like 3 to 5 rushing attempts and get a decent amount of yards. Sometimes your QBs will have 25 rushing attempts and you lose the game because they're just running themselves into sacks every single play. Veer and shoots, there's really no consistency with any of them. So if you want to take that risk and roll that dice that I'm willing to lose this week because my QB just keeps running the ball, yes. Which is funny because I even tested Ohio State's playbook And what makes Ohio State's playbook special is Ohio State is the only playbook in the game that doesn't have a single RPO/read option in the playbook. And even in that playbook, my QB was still excessively running. So there is no meta playbook in this game because you will just randomly lose. On one hand, I think some people, when I make that video, they're going to be very happy to know that there is no one meta playbook that will just make you, you know, like I did last year. Last year, I simmed for 30 years and lost 10 games in 30 seasons. That does not exist anymore. That playbook doesn't exist. You will be lucky if you do a 30-year sim within this game and lose less than 50 games. It will not happen. And like I've mentioned, it doesn't matter if you're playing 45 overall Jacksonville State or if you're playing 98 overall Georgia. There is just no consistency for what's going on. Just sometimes you'll win, sometimes you'll lose. Sometimes you'll beat the crap out of somebody, sometimes you'll get the crap beat out of you. There's just, again, no rhyme, reason for why things occur the way they occur. Jackson, if they brought back the pass/run ratio slider from, if they were to bring that back, that would fix so many problems. Because again, like I just mentioned with the veer and shoot, if I could just tell my quarterback to do the throwing thing and not the running thing, you would lose basically no games. But you can't. So. In fact, that seems to be the problem with almost every running playbook I've tested so far. Most running playbooks, your QB just doesn't throw the ball. Even when you're losing, they still will not throw the ball. So, it makes it hard to build around a running scheme when your QB will never pass. Even when, you know, you're in a very obvious passing territory, they just won't pass. I wish the logic there was a little more, well, logical. Like, hi guys, we're averaging 1 yard per carry. We can't run the ball. Maybe we should try passing it. But the CPU is like, nope. We are a running team, or we're a running playbook. We will run the ball. Even if it's detrimental to our health, we're still running the ball. Hey, it's 3rd and 15, down 17 points. We're running the football. Like, can we please just not, guys? How many gems did we find this year? Just 3 gems? Wait, I got 84 man coverage. Goodness gracious. Playing rip Ohio State and Duke playbook from 26. I think Ohio State's the more rip than Duke. Duke has the same problems this year they had last year. Duke playbook last year only works because they ran the ball so fucking much. This year, it's the same thing. It's just they run the ball even more this year than last year. Whereas Ohio State got absolutely gutted. Dude, they actually put Ohio State out back behind the shed and just straight up executed that poor man. Ohio State went from having the best playbook in the game to having probably the most mid playbook in the game. Dude, Ohio State was the team I beat with an 80 overall team to win my natty, my first natty with this rebuild. Like, the Ohio State playbook is just so dog shit in Sim. And if you're curious, the reason why Ohio State's playbook is so bad, they basically have the same problem that the Veer and Shoots have. The only difference is instead of your quarterback having an excessive number of rushing attempts, the RB1 for Ohio State has an excessive number of rushing attempts. The couple years I used it with Arkansas State, there was games where my running back had more attempts than he had yards. And the CPU is still going to run the ball. It's like, my brother in Christ, it's not working. Stop running the ball. Yes, you have 45 carries for 40 yards. Stop running the ball, please. Nope, keep running it. We're losing by 13 points in the fourth quarter. We got to pass. Just keep running it. Which is also kind of funny because in the games and when you're using the Ohio State playbook where the CPU is not just excessively running it, the passing plays are actually pretty good. Like, you will actually have some games with the Ohio State playbook where your QB just puts up ridiculous numbers. The issue is for every, 1 to 2 games where your QB puts up a stupid stat line, you're going to have 1 to 2 games where your running back puts up a dumb stat line. And I don't mean dumb in a good way. I mean dumb in a bad way. So, maybe one day down the road they'll fix the problems, but I don't believe they will, Jackson. I don't believe EA views this as a problem, so they're not going to fix it. Sadly enough. Shit, another big problem in Sim is blocked kicks and punts. There are so many blocked kicks and punts in Sim, it's ridiculous. I average 5 block kicks. My kicker misses about 5 per year. And by misses, I mean his shit just gets blocked. And I've also noticed a lot of those blocks come in, the close games versus the good schools. It's never against fucking UMass or Fresno. It's always Oregon, Ohio State, Georgia. You just randomly give them a block, huh? Okay. Oh, I lost by 2 points? Huh. So I lost by the exact margin of... okay, that's cool. Jackson, I was experimenting with modding on PC. One of those tools allows you to edit your coach's run/pass preference, but didn't sim enough to test it. Oh. Add another point to the PC players for why they get to have a better experience than I. I've also been keeping this to myself the entire time, chat. This might be the most generational O-line class I've ever seen. I think we're up to 10 or 12 gems for the O-lineman. This is nuts. Leighton, I think you're the only person that caught it. So, I guess I can ask you directly. Did you expect that to be the answer? I said I was gonna do it, so... For all the guys that weren't paying attention, they missed it. But for everyone else... There you go. Not at all a bottom 20 answer if you were to... Yep. That's why I was so shocked, bro. But you have to be sure to run that exact aggressiveness. If you don't run the exact aggressiveness, it will not work. That playbook only works if you run the exact matching aggressiveness. If you go higher or lower, it won't work. Ooh, Ohio State don't have a pipeline? That's awesome. That means we're all equally fucked here. I love that. Ohio State does have a pipeline here, though, so... Wait, why is my Texas tier 1? Is my Texas not supposed to be, like, tier 2 or 3? Are you fucking trolling me? I got no upgrades in Texas? Just so you guys can see it, chat. I upgraded all the pipeline upgrades. I got 0 upgrades in North Texas and East Texas with all 3 of the upgrades. Dude, that means my upgrades went to fucking Nevada, Utah, Colorado, and Atlanta. Bro, that's so bad luck. Wow. I got fucked on my upgrades. Holy shit, that's so bad. That is so bad. Yeah, for my I can't say the exact number, but I've noticed, Leighton, that if you go up or down by like a margin of 3, it changes the playbook dramatically. So that's a good little thing to keep in your head. Plus or minus 3. And if you go above the plus by like 4 or 5, your QB throws like 10 picks. If you go below by 3, you throw like 1,000 less yards and like 10 less touchdowns. It's a big dramatic stat difference. But now you know. If that gets posted in my Discord, that person he or she will be turbo banned. And if that shit gets posted in chat, you will also be banned. You best not catch me spreading but you spreading that shit. Otherwise, the hammer will be given. Because I am not having a Boise 2.0 debacle. Carver, I can neither confirm or deny your statement. Just know that number that was given to me, there's a reason why that number exists. So. That number wasn't just magically pulled out the ether. That number was chosen for a very specific reason, but I'm gonna save that for the video. See, I only need 2 wide receivers this year. And, like, here are 2 speedsters with 97 speed. Last time I did this, one of them was Impact Dev, and the other one was Elite Dev. Yes, Leighton, that was the biggest. He's 5'9". Leighton, you are correct. Aggro plays a significant impact on how your team performs. And that was the big reason why people last year didn't have success with my playbooks. They didn't follow the aggro. Last year, if you ran Ohio State but didn't use 75 aggro, the playbook would just suck. Last year, if you ran the multiple 4-3 and didn't have 100 aggro, your playbook would suck. From my experience, again, I'm going to save some stuff for the video, obviously, but from my experience this year, the developers were acutely aware of how important aggressiveness was, and as a result, they said no. So, this year's 52 is like last year's 70, just to give you an example. This year's 55 is like last year's 82. The scaling for your aggro is significantly higher this year. Which was the reason why when I was running 75 aggro with Boise, sometimes my quarterback would throw 13 picks, and sometimes he would throw like 5 picks. If I would have lowered it from 75 down, he would have thrown significantly less picks. But here's the thing, though. That number I just showed you only works with that playbook. I've tried that number with Boise. It doesn't work. So, furthermore, the number I was using for that playbook is the same number I'm using right now. Which, speaking of playbook I'm using right now, what was the playbook? What was the playbook, Carver? Nebraska, right? I will do this second running playbook, and then I will wrap the stream up. Tomorrow, I'll do Arkansas and, like, anyone else's playbook, and then that'll probably be the end of the data collection. Oh, it was Notre Dame. It's Arkansas, Notre Dame, and Nebraska. That's what the 3 playbooks you guys offered. Where is good old Nebraska? I scrolled right past it. I guess I can go ahead and show you guys now because I heard you swapped off the Sauce playbook, but yeah, we're doing base 4-3 as always, and then Nebraska. We'll wrap this for Nebraska, but tomorrow we'll do Arkansas and Notre Dame. And no disrespect to the people who recommended Nebraska or Notre Dame or Arkansas, but I don't think anybody's beating the numbers we had with the generic pistol. I don't think we're ever going to see a playbook have almost 3 1,000-yard rushers. That's just insane. So, but just to be fair, I will give everybody a shot. But yeah, that playbook's insane for specifically running the ball.
Yeah, Carver, the random losing game shit has something that has been bothering me since the year came out. And I guess while I'm yapping to the 17 of you absolute beautiful bastards who are still in chat, appreciate y'all. But when I tell you I've tried everything, I mean I've tried everything. I've been running with excessively high aggro. I have been running with very low aggro. When I tell you there's literally no reason why things do and don't happen, I'm telling you there's no reason why things do and don't happen. Again, this will all gonna get like repeated for the video you guys are eventually gonna watch this week, but me and my friend worked very hard to get that number, and there's no reason there's no reason why it be that way. It's super frustrating. Because my original, I guess I'm gonna go ahead and yap about it because again, it's gonna be in the video, so it's not like private info anymore. But last year you had to run high aggro because the CPU would come back on you in the fourth quarter and beat you. Well, Beastly, that's the same problem you're currently having. Why aren't you jacking your aggro up, right? If it worked last year, why isn't it working this year? Again, they changed the thresholds and shit. So last year's 100 is not this year's 100. They changed that. And so whether I'm running 100 aggro, 75 aggro, 85 aggro, 61 aggro, 55 aggro, 45 aggro, 35 aggro, 0 aggro, it doesn't matter. Your defense just randomly sometimes doesn't show up. Like, I've been trying every formula I have, and it doesn't matter. Again, there's no rhyme or reason why it works. It works. And sometimes it doesn't work. Which blows, because I would like that the thing that's supposed to work to always work. But it no work. And there's no reason, so you just gotta kind of take it to the chin and keep it pushing. Hey, Carver, maybe we end up winning the natty with yours. Because even though we are testing running playbooks. Our last QB threw for barely 3,000 yards and barely 20 touchdowns. So if we could have more passing touchdowns, that'd be elite. That would be elite. Thank you, Leighton. Volsa to Arkansas and Carver to Nebraska. Thank you. And just so we're clear, chat, you guys heard me say it multiple times. If you see someone post that shit in the Discord, or if you see someone post that shit in this stream, tell that person it was fun while it lasted. Give them no context and send their ass out of here. And I keep referencing the Boise State playbook debacle as like the main reason why it's the way it is. Basically, like weeks ago when I discovered that the Boise playbook was very cheesy for your slot receiver to just shit out Heismans. People were recommending that playbook to other people without having the right aggro. And obviously, without the right aggro, the playbook wasn't working. And so I just kept getting spammed with, your playbook's not working. Your shit's not working. Why is this not working? And I'm like, are you using it properly?
And then they just respond with, your playbook sucks. And I'm like, no, it doesn't. It's not that bad. Winning and losing, inconsistent like every playbook is. But Heisman's, it's one of the best in the game for just shitting out Heisman's. And then I go and yap with said individual, like, are you doing this? No. Are you doing that? Also no. It's like, well, no shit, it's not going to fucking work. You're not doing it right. And I get hit well, how do I actually do it? It's like, man, I'm not going to sit here for every single person and explain to every single person what they're doing wrong. That's just, wait for the video. Also, if you guys can, whether it's now in the stream or when I drop that video, the comment question of the day will be, what are your obvious, I guess the obvious ones would be, what do you think is the best playbook in the game? And the comment emoji of the day is going to be an eagle emoji, so. My friend codenamed the Eagle. I don't know why the fuck he picked that for himself, but I asked him, I need a shout out. Give me a plug. And he's like, I want to be called the Eagle. I'm like, whatever. Yeah, it's your choice. And so when that video comes out, I better see a lot of eagle emojis. Because even though I don't think there's any perfect playbook in this game, that's probably the best one. And what makes it probably the best playbook is because you get an even mix. You get a very even mix of running, passing, QB numbers, running back numbers, receiver numbers. Just your overall offense in general is very... I don't want to say the word balanced, but it's very consistent. Now, will it put those numbers up like every week? No. And just so we're clear, because it looks like Leighton and Carver is the only two people who are in the know right now with what I'm referring to. If you use that playbook in the online Sim Dynasty, that playbook loses 100% of the time to Boise. I beat my friend 6 years straight whenever we played. He would literally go undefeated against every computer team and beat every computer team by like 50 plus points. But then we would play and he'd always lose. So, playbook very good. But it loses the Boise. So, keep that in mind. But then again, though, I think my friend also lost to me because he plays with, like, stupid low aggro. Like, the aggro settings I showed you with that playbook, his are even lower. So, yeah, I don't know how he did that, but he did. That's crazy because didn't you lose to the CPU that was running Boise State? No, I actually lost Carver to the 3 CPU teams that had my playbook. Sam Houston had my playbook. Who was it? Was it Sam Houston? Notre Dame had Notre Dame. But the 3 games I lost, they were all the same playbook. And if you're curious how that happens, when that head coach leaves that team, he takes his playbook with him, but the offensive coordinator on his... I gotta, like, be very careful. I can't, reveal the team here, but basically, when that head coach left, he brought his playbook with him, and when the OC left, the OC became a head coach, which also brought his playbook with him. So by the time I was testing that playbook, there were 3 teams that were running the same playbook. And you can tell the 3 teams were running the same playbook because we were all putting up the same stats. So it was pretty funny that
I lost 17-14 to Sam Houston because we had the same playbook. And for the people who are watching this after the fact, no, it's not the Sam Houston playbook. The head coach for Sam Houston got fired, and the gentleman that replaced him was the guy that I'm using the playbook of. So, yeah. My slot is John Exum and Brandon Offset. Great name. Exum and Offset. Let's go. I mean, technically, Carver, you would only be penalized if you gave the right information. So, if you spread the wrong information, you wouldn't get penalized. That's also the reason, too, why I'm being very protective of this playbook. Is because I know EA is going to nerf this playbook. On average, I was putting up almost 9,000 yards of offense with the playbook, so EA's going to nerf it. It's just a matter of if they nerf it before we use it. As we know, last year they nerfed the Georgia playbook and the Ohio State playbook. So I mean, I guess we could also, like, now that you two know the playbook, what you miss the sauce, Jones. You missed the sauce. Now that we're talking about the playbook, and again, you guys will, no one's allowed to drop the info, you'll get banned, but yeah, Jones. Basically, there was a secret portion of the stream where I flashed the sauce on screen for any active viewer with their little keen eyes to see it, and it will not be allowed to be repeated. So, until that video drops, about the 12 or so people, that were here got the sauce. But to be fair, the video's dropping in like 3 days, so it's not that exclusive. It's technically exclusive, but it's not that exclusive. Holy shit, this is the most 4-star strong safeties I have ever seen. Wow. But since Leighton and Carver, actually, you know what? Jones. Jones, DM me real quick. You were the one actively trying to figure it out, so I might as well give it to you, but you have the same thing they have. If anyone in this stream repeats this information, you're getting turbo banned, so. I figure you were on the scavenger hunt, so you probably deserve to know. I'll DM you, but I will if that shit gets, it's like Voldemort. That shit gets repeated. Oh shit, Jones. Yeah, dude. Yeah, yeah. Listen, I can't drop it. So Jones, you were about 20 minutes late to the conversation, but essentially, that if you don't run the off or the aggro the way that's supposed to be run, the playbook doesn't work. So that playbook, when I tell you guys, it's literally one singular aggro. It's one singular aggro. If you go too high or too low, it doesn't work. Which is why it's very funny. Layton, I'm a big CFB guy, and about to that playbook. Honestly, it makes sense because of the yes. So I guess Layton, we can yap about it now. The reason why that playbook's so good is because that playbook has a disturbing amount of RPOs, and nice. If you have the aggro too low, the computer always hands the ball off on the RPO. If you have the aggro too high, the computer will always throw the streak or throw the Hail Mary. But if you do it just right, which was the number my friend and I discovered, the CPU will make the correct read every time. So it'll always throw deep if it can, or it'll always check down if it can. I mean, this QB just fucking hell of a day. 19 carries, 100 yards, no touchdowns. That's not good. But yeah, it's also, when the CPU is not calling RPOs, the playbook also has an unhealthy amount of screens and chunk plays. So if you're curious how the quarterback is able to maintain a high completion percentage, which for my testing was about 75 to 85% accuracy, that's how. When you're spamming RPOs and you're spamming screens, your completion percentage will be very high. However, if you do it right, if you put the correct number in the code, the CPU will always make the right read. Furthermore, this playbook does not work with a bad team. That's the other disclaimer I'm going to have to give in the video. You can't just slap that playbook with that aggro, and it will not work. That playbook and aggro only works when your team is, like, semi-competent. It does not work with, like, a 40 overall, 50 overall, 60 overall team. But to be fair, you're a 70 overall team, so there's not many things that should be working when you're a 70 overall team. And currently, my friend is playing with the LSU playbook, aka the Eagle. And the Eagle, if he figures out the number that cracks the LSU playbook, it might actually be better than that playbook. Because the LSU playbook sacrifices about 200 to 300 rushing yards on average. But in return, you gain an extra, like, 1,000 passing yards. So yeah, Carver, I agree with you. If you have like a super team and your team is still losing, it just defeats the entire purpose of a rebuild. It's so frustrating. It really is. It's like your reward should be, when you have a good team, your reward should be winning almost every game. I don't think there should be ever, I don't think you should win 100% of your games, but like you should win like 99%.
The other cool thing with the playbook I just showed you guys is that works regardless of what quarterback is in your offense. That offense is pretty much QB proof, which is, I think, the main reason why it's PB1. Having a QB proof playbook in the Big 2-6 is very valuable. W Streamer, thank you, Jones. He got my trust go. Thank you, Layden. The science / threshold is crazy, man. Dude, it fucking is. Like, it's so funny that, like, moving one decimal, moving one digit here and there changes so much. It changes so much. Yeah, Leighton, we're trying to currently figure out if there's a way of increasing the volume of a singular LSU receiver and not have them split, because the problem with the LSU offense, it's very similar to the Tennessee offense, where it splits the workload amongst all the receivers, which results in your whole offense eating, but that's not how you win a Heisman. So, like, with the LSU playbook, I can get it to where I have 5 receivers with 1,000 yards each, but they're not going to win Heisman. So, if we can figure out how to make the LSU offense more individual and not more spread, that playbook's going to also cook. But the problem with LSU is it's too spread. They have too many receivers that eat in their offense. So your QB will throw for like 5, 6, 7,000 yards, but each receiver will barely get 1,000 yards and like 5 touchdowns each. Maybe 10 touchdowns on like a very good receiver. Also, we beat Tennessee. Nice. Nice. Yeah, Jones, I had to keep it to myself because you were so close the very first day. I was like, fuck, gonna figure it out. Well, Carver, we'll see if I can increase the natty count to more than 1. Jones, there's another one very similar, almost identical numbers, but I haven't found the 100% best aggro. Well, Jones, now that you have the sauce, I'm gonna kind of expect that since I'm giving you guys my little researchers and researchettes, basically I'm giving my people the sauce. I'm hoping you guys can reverse engineer it, because I would be shocked if we can't replicate what that playbook can do with that settings with more teams. I would be shocked. But it was also a bitch and a half to get that information, so you're welcome. It's pretty easy when someone hands you already partially solved equation. Now you guys can just reverse engineer it for other playbooks. which I'm sure you can, right? I'm sure this playbook is just the tip of the surface. I'm sure we're going to find better stuff throughout the year. But for the time being, I can't find a single better one. That's the best of the best. That is ground zero. Yeah, Joe. I have to. I'll try Texas Tech in a bit, but I want to get the running stuff down, and we'll move on as we do. I only got like 100 more playbooks to try, so not like the journey's done. But for the time being, we have some results. If we fucking lose to Vanderbilt, I'm gonna get kind of pissed. Okay, I have the roster retention. I have every perk I need. Now we can get back to talent developer, finally. Took me so damn long. And besides, it's kind of like tradition, right? The stream audience always gets stuff earlier than the members, and the members get stuff earlier than... Ooh, we beat Oklahoma or Ole Miss. Oh, we murdered them. We fucking murdered them, and they didn't do the fourth quarter bullshit like the other QBs. Or other QBs, other teams. God, dude. Dude, Nebraska might be fucking cooking. Wait a minute. The difference with Nebraska, I think they actually pass the ball more than the pistol, the generic pistol. So your QB might actually eat more. 3 rushing TDs? Yeah, like, your QB might actually eat more in this playbook. Versus the generic pistol, which your QB doesn't really eat at all. It also looks like my number 3 receiver is the one that gets the most catches, not my slot. So I might have to change that. Shit, chat, we might have a Heisman on our watch. Might have a Heisman. As long as we don't choke versus Vandy, our season's going pretty fucking well. But you never know in this game. Vandy could do the Vandy thing. Go Burr. There's no way Stanford jumps me. I'm calling Giga Cap. There's no way Stanford jumps me in week 5. If I beat Vandy, there's several recruits that we should get. Please beat Vandy and give me like 3 commits, please. Ooh, got lots of hard commits. Holy shit. Like 5 dudes commit in 1 week. Damn. I also won. We beat Vandy. Yay. Holy shit, we killed them. We killed them dead, chat. Oh my god. 155 more yards and a touchdown? Sheesh, man. Why was Central Michigan more difficult than Vandy? I have no idea, but not my job to figure it out. How did you not commit, bro? You have a fucking stupidly stacked visit. How did you not commit? Also, there's like a thing vibrating next to my headphones. It's actually driving me insane. I don't know if you guys can hear it with the mic, but there's a fucking vibrating noise going on. I don't know if it's fucking a respirator going off or what, but there is something vibrating next to my room and I can fucking hear it. It's driving me insane. And I promise you, chat, it's real. It's not my schizophrenic paralysis demon. It's fucking real. Let's go ahead and up the money a little bit. Oh my, it's my sister's fan. That's what the noise is. I think her fan is vibrating and I can fucking hear the vibrations through the walls. Well, that's irritating. Don't like that shit. I think she bought like an industrial size fan. Because it's been like 100-something degrees the last couple days. If you've ever worked at a factory, you know exactly what I'm referring to. There's these like big ass fans that just shake. It's the FBI, you're funny. You can't out-schizo me. I'm too schizo to be out-schizoed, big boy.
I work outside. This is 105 index for the rest of the week. Dude, on God. Like, I know someone who's a roofer. It was 100 degrees flat. And then with the heat index, after you factored in the humidity, it was like 110 to like 115. It was some like ridiculously high number. And then because he was working on a black roof, it was like 150 degrees. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, dude. It was so hot on that black roof that like he could pour out his drink and like it just instantly disintegrate. Just gone. Dude's like, I don't gotta worry about spilling my drink. Just fucking pours it on the roof and then shh. Which is funny because I feel like the summer hasn't even been that bad. I feel like it's only gotten bad the last like 10 days. SEC player of the week with a pick. Love that. Love that. The career record for touchdowns. Not too shocked. Five and 0. Maybe Carver's Nebraska playbook is actually some sauce. He says before he loses to a 45 overall team and crashes out because the fourth quarter score is bad. Yeah, maybe. If I beat LSU, I think I get into a recruiting battle with Iowa. I think Iowa just barely beats me. Which is depressing, but that's my life. Yeah, Carver, the roofing thing's crazy. I had an uncle, fun fact for you guys. He's no longer with us. He's unfortunately deceased, but I had an uncle who was a fucking, like, my uncle had no fear. Like, it was almost as if he was, like, lobotomized as a child. But he just had no fear. And so he did roofing. And when he wasn't doing roofing, he also did, like, the tree shit. Where, like, they strap you to a tree with a chainsaw and you cut the tree down. I was like, dude, you're insane. And he would, like, just have no fucks. There would be fucks, and he would just have none given. And if you're curious, he died of nothing related to doing the dangerous task, so. Wasn't like he was living life dangerously and then exploded. No, he died of the most mundane shit. Yeah, climbing 100-foot tall trees, light work. Everything else, difficult. A week 9 visit's not good. Just give him enough money to try and beat the week 7. Well, it can't lose the bye week, so that's good. Make crazy money, but climbing and checking roofs all day is awful. I agree. 2 best months, running care. Anyone says people who say summer is the best probably have never had to work outside. Well, to be fair, Leighton, if you say summer is the best month, not even the best month, if you say summer is the best season, I would be willing to bet 95% of those people are either teachers or students. And I am in like the same category as well. When I was a kid, summer was my favorite season because it was 3 months I didn't have to go to school and be tortured and harassed and bullied and yada, yada, yada. But then I went to college and like school wasn't that much of a pain in my ass. And then I left college to get a real job and go live in society. And then summer was just summer. So like, I feel like if summer is your favorite month, it's because of 2 reasons. One, you have something to do with education, whether you're a student, whether you're a teacher, whether just something to do with education, and that is your time off, hence why you like it so much. Or you're a psychopath who likes to be continuously burned. Those do exist, but I would say a bulk of those people who like summer just like it because there's no school. Also, the second one I would put with that is winter. I think most people who like winter for 2 reasons. It's either A, they like the holidays, or B, as you could guess, there's no school. So I fall into the I like the holidays part, but when I was younger, it was the school. No school for almost 2 months. That's also true, Jones. They go outside for like an hour on the beach and then just leave. Yeah, Jones, my dad did a job in Wyoming. Actually, was it Montana? I forget which state it was. I think it was Wyoming, but my dad did a job in one of those frozen states up there during winter, and his car literally froze. Like, he left his truck somewhere, and in between that night and the next morning, it literally froze to pieces. Like, nothing worked. It got like it got so below freezing that it like literally caused the car irreparable damage. I need to call my uncle to get a new truck down there because he left the other one outside during like negative 20-degree nights. Yeah, Leighton, I agree. The winters down south aren't that bad. It's not like up north where they're getting 30 inches of snow. That shit sucked ass. Hashtag blue collar. True. I did the flooring with my my room back here with my grandfather and my father. Grandfather Beasley and Papa Beasley. And, dude, that shit was awful. They even had, like, custom knee pads. And that shit was still ass. Flooring, dude, I don't know what that hammer is called. Maybe it's not even a specific hammer, but there's, like, a metal thing you have to whack to, like, make sure the floor tile is, like, in place. And I was the young person because my grandfather and my dad couldn't, like, bend over and do it. So I was the young person that had to, like, bend over and whack the fucking thing to make sure the wooden panels were, like, in place. The amount of times I would miss that metal thing and, like, hit myself in the shin. Oh, God, it was so many times. Aside from my knee problems, the shin problems and back problems from doing that was awful. Awful. Zero out of 10 would not recommend, for sure. See, obviously, I'm a little biased because winter is my favorite month for many reasons, but
I genuinely, this is again just my opinion. You guys can let me know if you agree or disagree. But I think October, November, no, September, October, November, December, those 4 months, the final 4 months of the year, I believe the final 4 months of the year are better than the first 8 months of the year combined. Between the weather, between the holidays, between football, between everything else, game releases, everything. The final 4 months of the year solos the entire year. Like, literally, I could, like, disassociate and just blink and skip the first 8 months. But as long as I can live through September to December, I'm fine. By the way, we're kind of like, I'm not going to say it, but we're kind of exposing people right now. The closest game we've had all year was a 12-point win over Tennessee. And that's because of the 12 points, we beat them by 14 came in the fourth quarter. So we're kind of, again, not going to say it, but we're kind of beating ass right now. And the rest of our schedule is Arkansas, and then beat it, bum team, bum team, bum team, bum team, bum team. So undefeated to walk off the stream? Question mark? Question mark? Yeah, I saw that, Jones. We don't gotta talk about it, man. Listen, my team felt so bad for Tennessee, we spot them 2 points. My team's as respectful as I am. One could argue lore accurate Beastly. If you watch the beginning of the stream, you know why that's funny. Well, I can't unschedule that, so let's just try and win the commit before he comes over, because I fucked up the plane visit, and this game is so bad that I can't go backwards, so whatever it was before I fucked it up is whatever it's stuck as. Chat, we're kind of cleaving some hoes. Well, the 4-2 Arkansas Piggies. Leighton, you agree? Jones, you agree? Hell yeah. My top 1 month is November, October, and December are tied for second. We'll get to Notre Dame eventually. So my favorite month individually is December. December is my individual favorite month. Nothing's wrong with November. I don't hate November, but... Oh, we won. Nice. My thing with December... And again, November is not... Ooh. We had a close game with Arkansas. And that's because we scored 0 points in the fourth quarter, and they scored 7. How in the fuck did we have 38 rushing attempts? Excuse me? My running back had 21 carries for 71 yards. They just packed our shit in. We still won, but what the fuck? But yeah, my birthday is in the month of December. My dad's birthday is in the month of December. My grandmother's birthday is in the month of December. And a ton of my cousins and aunts and uncles are also shared the birth month of December. So I can pretty much go every single day or every other day in the month of December and have someone be their birthday. So just off my personal friends and family, December is a loaded month with just birthdays. I probably know like 30 plus people who have a birthday in December. Next, obviously, you got the greatest holiday of all time. Miss me with that bullshit that the greatest holiday of all time is Thanksgiving. It's not Halloween. It's not. It's Christmas. Christmas is the best holiday of all time. I don't care if you're religious. I don't care if you are religious. Christmas is just the goatest holiday of all time. Maybe the holiday does suck if your parents are shitty parents, but my parents were very good parents that let me be a kid. So I was allowed to actually enjoy Christmas for a very long time before I learned Santa wasn't real. Spoiler. But assuming you don't have dog shit parents and you have even half decent parents, as a child, Christmas is the goat of holidays. As an adult, it's a little less the goat, but it's still pretty good. So just the fact between the birthdays and Christmas, amazing month. Then you factor into the fact you also have, again, we live down south, so it's not like we're going to get bombarded with snow. So like down here, it gets like 25, 15, 35. It gets around the high teens, 20s, yada, yada, yada. So like it's cold, but it's not too cold, right? I've lived in Pennsylvania. Shout out Mama Beasley's family. They're from PA. So I've lived in Pennsylvania where that shit is like -7 degrees and they're getting 10 feet of snow. Right? Just to give you guys some lore accurate Beasley here. I was that fat kid that always wore shorts everywhere I went, even if it was snowing. Literally, I would pack clothes for the summer and go up to Pennsylvania. Whether it was the summer or the winter, I would wear shorts. So like, I've experienced the cold. That's cold. Down south, it don't get that cold. So like the cold's not even that cold. The holiday's amazing. The month's great for myself and many of my family members. And the other really cool thing is I love Christmas lights. I love Christmas lights. I love that my town that I live in, without doxing myself, they do a remarkable job with lights. Like the town I'm in, like everything has a light on it. Like it's so peak. The holiday is amazing. It's just, there's nothing wrong with December. In fact, I lied. There's only one thing wrong with December. And that one thing is that the month ends. Because when January kicks in, that shit sucks. I'm sorry, but New Year's is an awful holiday. I said what I said. I think New Year's, one of the worst holidays of the year. I hate New Year's. When I was like 5 and I would watch Ryan Seacrest drop the ball as a kid, I was like, hey, that's pretty cool. But like as a teenager, and now I'm in my 20s, it's like I've seen the ball drop 75 times. Like, I guess this is also a bit skewed because back in the day, my family used to be a lot closer to each other. And so we would have this giant New Year's party. And we kind of stopped doing that. So maybe if we still had the yearly New Year's party, I would feel a little different. But I don't like the month of January. January sucks. Like, I hate January. I hate New Year's. I hate spring. Because these fucking flowers, again, I'm not going to dox myself, but if you live in Georgia, if you live in Alabama, if you live in Florida, actually not Florida, but if you live in Mississippi, you know what flowers I'm referring to. There's these fucking awful flowers that spawn. I think they're called like dogwood trees or whatever. They just fucking smell like fish. I fucking hate it. That shit stinks. And there's like 7,000 of them by my house. So for like 2 months of the year, I can't go outside without smelling a fish market. God, I hate those flowers. Fuck that shit. Also, aside from New Year's, what's the next holiday in... Wouldn't that be February? I think it's February with Valentine's Day. Ugh. Also, down south, we have these things called tornadoes, so... Fuck that weather. Fuck spring. Fuck all the hot and cold butt fucking each other. Fuck that shit. I hate it. I fucking hate it. I hate it. Fuck tornadoes. Fuck the tornado sirens. Fuck the storm shelters. Fuck that shit. Fuck that. Also, as you guys know, my Wi-Fi is kind of ass. Every time it rains, I lose internet. Almost every time it rains, I lose internet. Almost. Guess what it does almost the entire time during spring? You guessed rain? Yes. Hate it. Fuck that season. Fuck that month. Fuck it all. Like, you're 22 and still love Christmas? Hell yeah, bro. I have a love-hate relationship with Christmas now because I have kids. All my hard work goes down the drain. Yes, but Jones, you got to remember all the memories you're making with your kids now, your kids will have with their kids. So it's a gift that keeps giving. Dude, Jones, you just remind me of taxes. You know what? That's another reason why I fucking hate spring. Fuck spring because of taxes, bro. Fuck, dude. Dude, I hate taxes. It's crazy to me that income tax used to be 1% in 1940, and now that shit's up to like 25% now. Oh, I fucking hate that shit. Fuck taxes, bro. I hate taxes so much. Dude, there was a year back when I had my old job where I overpaid on my taxes. I gave the government too much money. And instead of reimbursing me the money I gave the government, they said, LOL, we're just going to keep it till next year and reduce your next year's taxes. I was like, no, no, no. I want my money back. You guys asked for a number. I gave you the number. You told me the number was not necessary. I want my money back. And they were like, nope, we'll just take it off your next year's taxes. I'm like, no. Give me my shit. Fuck taxes, man. I love being an American. And I love supporting my country. But after learning what was going on with our taxes with Doge, and learning what was going on with, like, Minnesota stealing hundreds of millions of dollars, fuck that shit. My taxes are going to stupid shit. Fuck that. I'm not doing that. I think if my taxes went to good shit, I wouldn't care. Like, fuck that shit. We're spending tens of millions of dollars on, like, sex change therapy in, like, the Middle East. Like, what are we doing, guys? Those people don't believe in that. They just throw them off buildings. So, like, why are we wasting that? Like, there's just so much money we're wasting to stupid shit abroad that it pisses me off. Taxes should be significantly lower. And I don't mean taxes should be lower on just the poor people, on just the middle class people. Also, I have 298 overall, or 99, 98, close enough. Insane. But dude, rich people, by rich people, I don't mean like the semi-rich, I mean like the billionaire rich. Rich people don't even pay taxes. Bill Gates pays $0 in taxes. Jeff Bezos pays $0 in taxes because they cheat the system, and because they're technically not bringing in income, they don't pay taxes. So just fuck that month and fuck taxes. Holy shit. Well, I'm losing one of my coordinators. So. Oh, wait, that's next year, not this year. Sweet. Didn't we already play Oklahoma this year? Oh, we didn't. Oh, shit. This should be fun. North Florida here, we have Dogwoods. Dude, fuck. Dude, I hate Dogwoods. I hate Dogwoods. If it's not September to December, it can go, bro. True. Yeah, Jones, I fucking hate it.
I fucking hate it. Did we not win the conference? Thank you. The conference championship should be like the first thing that pops up after the game. Well. Oh, we beat them senseless. Holy shit. Carver, we might have a walk-off natty. We might have an actual walk-off natty for the stream. What a great way to end the stream. Of course, the glitchy play you sent me, Carver, is a fucking RPO. Of course it is. He literally just warps across the screen.
Greetings and welcome to a very
Yeah, that would get you
special
turbo banned
on the
instantly.
EA
It
Sports calendar.
clearly
Highlight
violates the
Trophy
rule of the no
Ceremony
glitches.
presented by EA Sports.
Clearly.
Inside the Tiburon Theater,
Not
I'm
my
Chris
player.
Bauer. So proud to bring you Heisman Trophy night every year. So many memories come out of this night. Each of these guys have hung out together, got to know
Also,
each other
not
better,
my
but
player.
ultimately,
Also, not winning the award. 12 touchdowns, dude. Get your touchdowns up, Greg.
One man will have that life-changing
Your last name's
moment, and
Slaughter,
for
but
every
you ain't
night
slaughtering
as a
shit.
Heisman Trophy winner.
There's my halfback with 1,600 yards and 16 touchdowns. That's not bad for a halfback. First time I've ever seen a halfback in the in the Heisman conversation. And there's my quarterback, who should probably win the award because homie has an 81% completion percentage with 4,000 yards and almost 50 touchdowns. Holy shit. Yeah, my quarterback should win the Heisman. If my QB don't win the Heisman, this shit's a scam. Dude threw 81%, 4K yards, 50 touchdowns. It's nuts.
One more look at this year's Heisman finalist. One of these guys is about to experience a life-changing moment. Okay, we've kept them waiting long enough. All of us.
I also have like the greatest QB prospect I've ever made.
For this season.
This guy has like 95 plus in every attribute.
And here we go. This season, the Heisman Memorial Trophy is
If my
awarded
QB
to
don't win the Heisman, then this is just
senior
chalked.
quarterback out of Nevada.
Okay. Good. He won the Heisman. Good. But the thing though, Carver, is I think the main thing that makes this playbook different from Pistol is like your running back is still putting up good numbers, but your QB's actually passing the football. So I think in terms of an overall playbook, I would put Nebraska over the generic Pistol. But in terms of strictly running, I don't think Nebraska's gonna win. I'm about to peep the stats, but if he's at 1,600 yards pre-playoffs, he's gonna have to run for like almost 700 yards in the playoffs just to break the other rushing record. And it's the same running back back-to-back years, so it's not like the running backs changed. So you get far better passing numbers, but a little worse rushing numbers. A pretty fair trade-off. Literally, the QB I have this year has almost doubled the numbers of the QB I had last year. We get to play Nebraska round one, or oh my goodness. Let's go see if Nebraska still has the Nebraska coach or if he left. Nope, it's still the Nebraska playbook. Okay. We might get one and done because we're playing our own playbook. This is fucked, man. This is so fucked. You know what? Let's go in and watch it. I've not watched the game in several years. Yeah, this is kind of fucked. We're literally playing our clone in round one.
This is a college football playoff quarterfinal game at the Peach Bowl. It's the Nebraska Cornhuskers.
Hey, no worries, Layton. I will see you in the next one. Take care, man. We're about to wrap this bad boy up in the next probably 10 to 15 minutes, so no worries. Got one more stream left, and we done, folks. Well, done for the playbook stuff. Hey, we scored first and second. They retaliate. We match back. Match back to back. They retaliate again. Holy shit, dude. We're just fucking bombs away right now. I am watching the fourth quarter collapse before my eyeballs. Okay, D just bowed up. Thank you. Thank God, D. Thank God, D. We were watching the fourth quarter collapse before our eyes. I mean, 52 points in Fast Sim's not bad. Oh, dear God. We had 333 rushing yards. Also, first pick of the year my QB has just thrown. Bro, my QB had 125 rushing yards. My backup, my starting running back, excuse me, had 130. Holy shit. Well, damn. Having almost 3 100-yard rushers is kind of insane. Well, we carry on. Almost, Jones, almost. Kind of pissed off, though, he threw that pick. Yeah, I wasn't joking, chat. That was his first pick of the year. Bro, he threw his first pick of the fucking year, man. I'm sad. This dude could have finished the year pickless. But I guess he felt bad for his opponent, so he just threw one pick. You know what? That was a lot of fun. Let's go do it again. I'm totally not coping and doing Fast Sim to give me the excuse that if we lose in Fast Sim, I could just menu sim. I'm totally not doing that. I would never cope like that. Yo, offense, can we score? Thank you. Well, we survived versus BYU. That was a close game down the stretch. BYU had a very electric rebound, but why is this in-game menu so large? Well, our leading back only got 100 yards this game, so. Darn. I mean, very consistent thus far. Very consistent. And then there were 7 amazing, beautiful bastards in my chat. There is going to be 7 of you guys to watch as we win this. And pop off with what we rightfully deserve. We get to play fucking Stanford. They're an 83 overall. This should be a bloodbath. This shit shouldn't be close.
This shit shouldn't be close. You know what, chat? I'm a baller. I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit. Do we win the menu sim versus an 83 Stanford? We did. The Nebraska playbook has done it. Undefeated season. Those are super fucking rare. Holy shit. It's kind of nuts because the first time I used the redacted playbook, it also went undefeated. And this year, the first time we used Nebraska, it went undefeated. Oh my god, we fucking put belt to fucking ass, boy. Oh shit, we beat that ass like a drum. Dude, we fucking murdered them. Dude, we just fucking murdered them. 87%. 4 touchdowns. RB1 got 122 in his walk-off game in his career. Defense didn't get a single pick or a single sack, but we still won. Good. Good job. Let's go recap and then wrap it up. Raygun. I play too much COD Zombies. Ray Games, how we doing? Hello, was lurking here for the undefeated. I know you are wrapping up though. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I appreciate the lurk, by the way. I know I don't shout out my lurkers very often, but appreciate that. Threw for almost 5,000 yards, 80%, 48 TDs, 1 singular pick. Probably would have been pickless if I didn't fast sim that one game. Actually, you know what, Carver? I was going to make fun of your playbook for not getting close. But, like, legitimately, your playbook probably hits the same numbers. Yeah, your playbook probably hits the same number if I don't fast sim those 2 games. Because he finished about 200 yards short. But he only finished about 1 touchdown short. So he had but about a few hundred less yards. Also, my backup back had nowhere near the numbers. So the pistol playbook, in terms of just sheer running, is much better. But the caveat is the passing numbers are not even comparable. So Nebraska much better at passing, but the generic pistol is much better at running. Look at that. We almost had 3 different receivers crack 1,000+ yards. My tight end almost bust a... Oh my goodness. What the hell did we... Bro, my defense wasn't even that good this year. Wow. Where did we finish team stats-wise? We had the number 1 offense, 40.8 points per game. Not bad. Total points, we were number 1. 8,200 offensive yards is not the best I've ever seen, but that's pretty damn good. We were number 1 in passing and number 1 in rushing. Holy shit. Number 1 in passing TDs. Number 1 in rushing TDs. Yeah, our defense wasn't even that good. It was the number 1 overall defense with points per game, but I've seen way better defenses. We were tied for second for the most sacks. We were tied for like 5th for the most fumbles. We were 4th, or more like tied 3rd for picks. Yeah, I've seen much better defenses before, so... The number 1 passing defense was by Ohio. Actually, as you guys can see, we had one of the worst passing defenses in the league this year. Our pass D was atrocious. And Bama had the best run D. What was our run D? We had a bottom, yeah, we had a bottom 20 pass defense and like a top 20 run defense. Not really top 20, top 40. I'm not counting. Top 35. Either way, our pass D was not that good and our run D was average. Which means we just bent people over by just pure offensive firepower. That's actually insane. Dude, Stanford even got to play an extra game and they still couldn't beat us. Wild. Absolutely wild. Belt to motherfucking ass. Yeah, right. The stats were nuts. Foreman, on your coach build video, what archetype did you start with? Motivator. Foreman, if you want to see a step-by-step for everything I did, go check the description of that video. I have a stream linked of the exactly what I did, but I started with Motivator. I spent 300 points in Motivator to that way I could unlock CEO and Program Builder. I then bought the stuff in Program Builder and CEO I needed, and then I retroactively went back to then buy Recruiter and to buy Talent Dev. Cameron, I'm just hopping in. Did you win back-to-back natties yet? I don't think I have in this one. I don't believe I've done that with this one. I've gone to back-to-back natties, but didn't win them. Yeah, I've gone to several natties, but not won a back-to-back yet. Is Nebraska the redacted playbook? No, Cameron, it's not. The redacted playbook was that was airdrop today. The knowers know what the redacted playbook is, and for all the non-knowers, you guys will find out probably sometime either Wednesday or Thursday when the best PB video drops. But Cameron, we were currently testing what were the best rushing playbooks in the game. If you're just strictly going for rushing numbers, it's still by far the generic pistol. But if you want to actually have good rushing numbers and win games, Nebraska beats the pistol significantly. So tomorrow we are going to go test Arkansas, and then afterwards we're going to test Notre Dame. And when those two playbooks get tested, I will have all the info I need. I will have a running playbook. I will have a passing playbook. I will have a Heisman playbook for receiver. And then I have the redacted playbook, which I think is the best overall playbook in the game. But that info was dropped today, and go back and rewatch the stream, Cameron. You will eventually find it. But just so everyone knows, I will repeat myself. If this gets posted in the Discord, if this gets posted in chat, if at any point I see any of you guys spoil the redacted playbook, you will be banned. So the video is dropping very soon. If you rewatch the stream, you will find the section at which I airdropped the info, but the info was officially released today in the stream. And Cameron, there was a couple of fellas who were pretty funny with their reaction. They're like, I fucking knew it. But obviously I couldn't tell them they were right until afterwards. So, but yeah, I got pretty much all the info I need for offenses. I have a balanced offense, a rushing offense, a passing offense. So I have the consistent offense. And then defensive, there's really only two. That's the 4-2-5 man pressure / zone pressure. Those two defenses do very well against passing teams. And then if you're playing a running team, it's just the base 4-3. So defensive playbooks were very easy to get because there's only two of them that are good, whereas offense was far trickier because offense was far more volatile. But either way, I appreciate y'all. Much love. It's been a 5-hour stream. I am very tired. I'm going to get some food and then call it a night. I will see you guys tomorrow testing our final two playbooks for the VOD, and then I will begin construction of the VOD. So much love, and I will see you guys in the next one. Take care.